Chapter 906. After being glared at by King Gangwoo, Xiao Ruiyun immediately stood up and bowed to Lu Yi. Junior brother Lu, I was a snob. Please don't lower yourself to my level. He was a fifth-order, true lake realm cultivator. His humble attitude showed his sincerity. Moreover, Lu Yi had no grudge with him. It was just a conflict of ideas. Naturally, he wouldn't hold it against him. Senior brother, you're too serious. I'm used to being alone. Plus, there were some things that were not easy to explain. Senior brother, you stopped me out of good intentions. Xiao Ruiyun grinned at Lu Yi. Junior brother Lu, you know how to talk. As for what Lu Yi said about some things that were not easy to explain, he was probably referring to the treasure that could break Ning, whose divine sense. After all, they had never seen such a thing before. Even if Lu Yi said he had such a treasure, it might not be of much use. Considering the gap between their strength and Ning, whose, no one would count on a treasure that they had never heard of. What are you laughing at? King Gangwoo scolded with a straight face. The law enforcement team will advance and retreat together when carrying out a mission. We live and die together. This is the rule set by the law division in the early years. What makes me angry is not that you stopped Junior brother Lu, but that when Junior brother Lu took action, you all did not follow him immediately. Sweeping his gaze across, everyone lowered their heads in shame. When Lu Yi rushed to the depths of the immortal Dawn Mountain, they did not follow him immediately. Coincidentally, King Gangwoo woke up at that time. After learning about the situation, he immediately rushed over with everyone. When the captain scolded his team, Lu Yi naturally did not interrupt. King Gangwoo scolded them again and said, Junior brother Lu deserves the most credit for the completion of this mission. I will report this matter in detail when I return to Grand Sky City. I will also ask the division chief to ask Heaven's Secret to deduct half of your reward from this mission and give it to Junior brother Lu. What? Lu Yi was stunned. After the lonely mountain city siege, Thought Moon Immortal seemed to have asked Heaven's Secret to give him a large amount of merit. Thinking back to his experience in the soaring dragon realm, Lu Yi had a deeper understanding of Heaven's Secret in the 9 states. Of course, even if it's all given to Junior brother Lu, I have no objection. Xiao Ruiyun nodded seriously. Then your reward will be deducted, King Gangwoo said. Please don't. Xiao Ruiyun immediately with a bitter face. I'm just saying it casually. Please don't take it seriously. Uft. At the side, Mujing could not help but burst into laughter, only to let out another shriek of pain as her injuries were aggravated. The others couldn't help but laugh as well. The solemn atmosphere became lively. Lu, Junior brother Lu are you interested in Junior brother Lu? Lu. Lu, Junior Lu. Interested. Originally, King Gangwoo only recruited Lu Ye's men under the orders of the minister. However, after this mission, King Gangwoo realized that although Lu Ye's cultivation was low, he was very capable. Not to mention the treasure that could break through the spirit sense of a spirit sea realm cultivator. Even the weapon that could explode could be used by the team in the future. At the very least, when they were surrounded, the weapon would be very effective. And Lu Ye's ability to quickly arrange a spirit array at that time, the crazy Ning who was trapped by Lu Ye's temporary trap formation, which gave them the chance to activate the 6 Origins spirit restricting lock. Yang Kai wasn't clear about Lu Ye's strength as he hadn't seen much of it during this mission, but he had seen the traces of Lu Ye's saber art. It was definitely not something an ordinary, first-order, true lake realm cultivator could achieve. Team A. 3 hadn't been replenished. One reason was the lack of manpower in the law division. Another reason was that King Gangwoo had his own vision. He wouldn't accept just anyone. If he chose someone who couldn't work well with the rest of the team, he might as well not choose. But if it was Lu Yi, he would have no problem. Senior brother, I appreciate your kindness. To be honest, I just reached the true lake realm not long ago. I'm not familiar with the situation here. King Gangwoo nodded. He understood Lu Ye's meaning and didn't force him. Take your time. Don't be too anxious. Time flew by as they chatted along the way. They rested twice in the middle of the mission. The next day, the huge Grand Sky City finally came into view. King Gung Wu had to go to the Law Division to personally report the details of the mission. The others had yet to recover from their injuries, so they dispersed to treat their wounds. Lu Yi also found an ownerless house and walked in. There was one thing that was on his mind. The old sword cultivator said that the deity vanquishing sword wasn't a one-time use treasure. Since it wasn't a one-time use treasure, it didn't make sense that it would lose its power after one use. What he needed to do now was to find a way to restore its power. The only thing Lu Yi could think of was to infuse his divine sense into it. He couldn't use his divine sense casually when there were people around him. Now that he was hiding in his house, he could do whatever he wanted. However, after a series of attempts, he was exhausted and his divine sense was almost exhausted. Yet, he still couldn't restore the power of the deity vanquishing sword. On the other side, at the Law Division, King Gung Wu reported all the details of the mission to Qian Wudong without missing anything. He also brought up his request to deduct half of everyone's reward and give it to Lu Yi. Qian Wudong listened quietly and nodded. I'm glad that you took the initiative to bring this up. I didn't misjudge you. All right, you haven't recovered yet. Go and rest. King Gung Wu didn't leave immediately. Instead, he said, Master, junior brother Lu is a great talent. Yes, so what? If I can use such a great talent, I will be invincible in future missions. King Gung Wu clenched his fist and waved his hand excitedly. He looked like he was going to conquer the world if he could get Lu Yi. Qian Wudong felt a little uneasy. Just tell me what you want to do. Master, please transfer someone from the front line. My team is still lacking a member. After 3 breaths, King Gung Wu flew out of the hall with a weird cry. He almost crashed into a passerby. Landing on the ground, he scratched his head in confusion. If you don't agree, then don't agree. Why are you so angry? The master's divine sense transmitted into his ears. You must keep this mission a secret. Other than your team, don't tell anyone else. Yes, master. King Gung Wu quickly cupped his fist and replied. In the hall. Qian Wudong snorted and sat down slowly. Transferring Lu Yi from the front line? What a joke. If Lu Yi belonged to another mountain pass, the Law Division Master would only need to say a word to transfer him. Those mountain pass masters would definitely give him face. However, Lu Yi was now in the Vicissitude Flame Mountain Pass and was the only soldier under that woman's command. If he wanted to transfer someone from that woman's command, he, Qian Wudong, would lose his skull. When Lu Yi came to Grand Sky City, he was only in the 9th Order Cloud River Realm. If Qian Wudong was in the True Lake Realm at that time, he could have recruited him into the Law Division. However, the difference of one realm made him miss such a great opportunity and allowed Nian Yuxian to take advantage of it. However, after this experience, Qian Wudong would be able to borrow soldiers from Nian Yuxian in the future. If he borrowed too many times, even if he wasn't on the same side, he would become one of them. Qian Wudong was calculating in his heart. Initially, he asked King Gung Wu to recruit Lu Ye's men with the intention of letting Lu Yi gain some benefits. After all, the Vicissitude Flame Mountain Pass had been peaceful for a long time, and Lu Yi wouldn't be able to gain much merit there. Who would have thought that such a huge surprise would happen? And it really made him interested in Lu Yi. Transferring people was impossible for the time being, but Lu Yi could use some of his methods. Thinking of this, Qian Wudong shouted, Men! Why couldn't it work? In the secret room, Lu Yi looked at the deity vanquishing sword in his hand with a puzzled expression. According to his idea, if he wanted to replenish the power of the deity vanquishing sword, he should pour his divine sense into it. However, even if he exhausted his divine sense, he still couldn't restore the deity vanquishing sword to its original state. It didn't make sense that it wouldn't work. Did that old sword cultivator misunderstand something? If there was anyone who knew about eldest senior brother, it would be the sect master and Shui Yuan. Lu Yi quickly sent a message to Shui Yuan and asked about the deity vanquishing sword. According to the rules of the War Merit Pavilion, the origin of the treasures and the existence of the War Merit Pavilion could not be revealed. Lu Yi was only asking about the deity vanquishing sword, so he wouldn't break the rules. Shui Yuan replied quickly, "You have the deity vanquishing sword?" She was puzzled. The deity vanquishing sword and the soul severing saber disappeared along with eldest senior brother. How did they suddenly appear in youngest junior brother's hands? Or did eldest senior brother hide the treasures somewhere in the sect, waiting for the fated one to come? And youngest junior brother, is that fated one? Yes. As for the origin, second senior martial sister, please forgive me. I can't tell you. Shui Yuan naturally wouldn't blame him for this. She replied, "The deity vanquishing sword is not a one-time use treasure. Eldest senior brother used it many times to kill enemies. As for how to restore its power, I don't know." Lu Yi frowned. Even Shui Yuan couldn't figure it out. How could she ask the chief? "Little junior brother, did a spirit sea realm cultivator make things difficult for you?" Shui Yuan's next message followed. "Who is it?" Shui Yuan didn't think too much when Lu Yi asked about the deity vanquishing sword. But she soon realized that since Lu Yi used the power of the deity vanquishing sword, he must have met a spirit sea realm cultivator. This caused the flames of anger in her heart to surge. As she asked this question, she had already charged out from the front. Lu Yi quickly responded, "Of course not. I was just testing the power of the deity vanquishing sword." Youngest junior brother, did a spirit sea realm cultivator make things difficult for you? Shui Yuan's next message followed. "Who is it?" Shui Yuan didn't think too much when Lu Yi asked about the deity vanquishing sword. But she soon realized that since Lu Yi used the power of the deity vanquishing sword, he must have met a spirit sea realm cultivator. This caused the flames of anger in her heart to surge. As she asked this question, she had already charged out from the front. Lu Yi quickly responded, "Of course not. I was just testing the power of the deity vanquishing sword." He couldn't tell his second senior sister that he met a spirit sea realm cultivator when he was on a mission with the A3 team. Otherwise, she wouldn't let it go. Outside the center guard peak, Shui Yuan paused. "Is that true?" "Of course. I'm in Haotian City now. How could a spirit sea realm cultivator make things difficult for me?" Shui Yuan's face softened a bit. "That's good. I won't interfere in the fight between peers. But if anyone bullies the weak because of their seniority, you must tell me." Second senior sister was still so reliable. Lu Yi quickly said, "Got it." He clicked to download the best book-chasing app. Many readers used it to read books aloud. Chapter 907. What Lu Yi could confirm now was that the deity vanquishing sword was not a one-time use rare treasure. However, if this item was not replenished with divine thought, then there was only one possibility that Lu Yi could think of. After packing up, he left his residence with Hupa. He asked a random person on the street and went straight to the nearest divine secret hall. There was more than one divine secret hall in the vast, vast Sky City. There were 7 or 8 of them scattered around the city to make it convenient for cultivators to enter and borrow the divine secret pillar. There were not many cultivators in vast Sky City now. When Lu Yi arrived, there were only a few people in this divine secret hall. They surrounded the divine secret pillar in different directions. Lu Yi waited for a while before an empty seat appeared. He walked forward and pressed his hand on the divine secret pillar. His mind connected to the War Merit Pavilion. The next instant, the projection of his mind appeared in front of the quaint door. The 2 WYRMS immediately came to life. Seeing that Lu Yi had thrown fresh beast meat over, they were overjoyed. Lu Yi pushed the door open and entered, leaving them to feast on the meat. He walked straight to the stone platform where he exchanged for the deity vanquishing sword. Lu Yi looked up and saw that there was nothing on the platform. He could not help but frown. He had thought that there was more than one deity vanquishing sword. Just like the myriad Devil Ridge battlefield imprint, it could be exchanged repeatedly. That was why eldest senior brother could use the deity vanquishing sword so many times back then. This gave others the illusion that this treasure was not a one-time use rare treasure. However, it seemed that things were different from what he had imagined. There was no second deity vanquishing sword on the stone platform. After pondering for a while, he thought of another possibility. Although it was unlikely, he had to try to be sure. He picked up the deity vanquishing sword that had lost its power and placed it on the stone platform in front of him. In the next instant, a piece of information exploded in his heart. Do you want to replenish the deity vanquishing sword's power? 30,000 battle merits. The corner of Lu Ye's eyes twitched. That was indeed the case. The deity vanquishing sword's power could indeed be replenished. However, it was not done by humans, but by divine secret. He only needed to bring the used deity vanquishing sword back here and place it on the stone platform where he exchanged for it. Of course, he would have to pay 30,000 battle achievements in exchange for that. Lu Yi was so angry that he almost laughed. 30,000 points. Why didn't he just rob someone? He did have some battle merits left, enough to replenish the power of the deity vanquishing sword, but this number was a little too big. Back then, he had only spent 26,000 battle achievements to exchange for the deity vanquishing sword. At that time, he had thought that it was a bargain. After all, a single tracking disc was worth 30,000 battle merits. The deity vanquishing sword was a rare treasure that could pose a threat to Spirit Sea Realm cultivators. Only now did he realize that this was a trap. The deity vanquishing sword itself was not that expensive. In fact, it gave Lu Yi the illusion that he had picked up a great bargain. However, the cost of using it was not small. The high and mighty heavenly secret gave Lu Yi the impression of a profiteer. However, on second thought, there was a reason why it was so expensive. Take this time as an example. If the deity vanquishing sword had not broken Ning, whose divine thought by surprise, the A3 team would not have been able to take him down. There might even have been a large number of casualties. The tracking disc was already worth 30,000 battle merits. A rare treasure that could pose a threat to Spirit Sea Realm cultivators should not be cheaper than the tracking disc. Although the battle merits were good, they were nothing compared to a treasure that could save one's life at a critical moment. Lu Yi had spent 180,000 battle merits to exchange for the soul-suppressing pagoda. Was it not to save his own life in front of a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator? This time he had encountered Ning Hu. Who knew what other Spirit Sea Realm cultivators he would encounter next time? Hence, no matter what, the deity vanquishing sword's power had to be replenished. He gritted his teeth and chose to replenish it. In the next instant, the stone platform shone brightly. The deity vanquishing sword was engulfed by the light. After a dozen breaths, when the light faded, Lu Yi raised his hand and took out the deity vanquishing sword. He noticed that this rare treasure's transparent blade had an additional spiritual light. The deity vanquishing sword's power had been replenished. Lu Ye's heart was bleeding. He did not have the mood to stay here any longer. He put away the deity vanquishing sword and left the War Merit Pavilion under the honest advice of the two flood dragons. After walking out of the divine secret hall, Lu Yi looked up at the sky. Just as he was about to return to the vicissitude Flame Mountain Pass, a ray of light suddenly landed in front of him. The person cupped his fist and said, "Are you Lu Yi, fellow cultivator Lu?" "That's right." Lu Yi nodded. I am the law commander. The head of the law department has ordered fellow cultivator Lu to meet him immediately. Lord Qian Wudong? Lu Yi was surprised. He did not know why this person was looking for him. The person nodded. Fellow cultivator Lu, if there's nothing else, please go now. Lead the way. Although Lu Yi did not know why Qian Wudong was looking for him, it definitely had something to do with this mission. It seemed that he would not be able to return to the vicissitude Flame Mountain Pass today. Lu Yi followed the messenger all the way to the law department. This was a complex of buildings. Many halls were connected to each other. Cultivators hurried in and out from time to time. Many of them seemed to be injured. This made Lu Yi realize how difficult it was for the law department to enforce the law. The messenger led Lu Yi to a hall on the side. Without announcing his arrival, he gestured with his hand. "This way, the head of the law department is waiting for you." Lu Yi nodded in greeting and stepped in. He immediately saw a familiar figure. Every time he saw the head of the law department, Lu Yi would recall the taste of the defiant dragon thorn. His back would ache a little. He walked up and bowed. "Lu Yi of the vicissitude Flame Mountain Pass greets Lord Qian Wudong. Please take a seat." Qian Wudong, who was reading documents behind the desk, waved his hand without looking up. Lu Yi walked to the side and sat down. In a flash, a beautiful woman with bright eyes and white teeth served tea. Lu Yi thanked her and took it. The woman looked at him with a smile. Her beautiful eyes revealed a sense of scrutiny. After serving tea, the woman did not leave. Instead, she walked behind Qian Wudong and massaged his shoulders. Then, she bent down and whispered something in Qian Wudong's ear. Lu Yi was speechless. He did not know who this woman was to Qian Wudong. It seemed that they were close. However, this was the office of the law department. As the head of the law department, it was inappropriate for him to be so intimate with a woman in public. But it was none of his business. He looked outside and waited quietly. "I have something else to do. You can leave now," Qian Wudong said. The woman stomped her feet and snorted. Then she left unhappily. "Lu Yi." Qian Wudong called again. "Yes, Lord Qian." Lu Yi quickly got up and walked to Qian Wudong. There was a mistake in the information compiled by the intelligence agency for this mission, which caused you to encounter danger. Fortunately, the final result was not bad. I only ordered everyone who experienced this to keep their mouths shut. No one else will know about this mission. You can rest assured. Lu Yi was confused. He did not know what he should rest assured about. Also, I'm interested in something else. "Lord Qian, are you referring to?" he thought to himself. "Is this guy interested in the deity vanquishing sword?" However, the deity vanquishing sword had to be replenished at the War Merit Pavilion. Other than himself, it was useless for anyone else. Now that the deity vanquishing sword was fully replenished, it could only be used once. After that, it would be made of a special material. Explosive fire spirit rock. Qian Wudong had no idea what Lu Yi was thinking. He did not beat around the bush. "I heard that you used an explosive fire spirit rock for this mission. The explosive power is quite impressive." Lu Yi nodded. "Yes, there is such a thing. Can I see it?" Qian Wudong reached out his hand with a smile. "You've already stretched out your hand. How could I not show it to you?" As long as he spat out a single word of no, this hand would probably turn into a slap. Moreover, there was nothing shameful about it. Lu Yi took out a fire spirit rock and marked it with explosive spiritual runes. Then he handed it over. Qian Wudong took it and studied it carefully. Then he began to exert force. "Sir, please be careful. This thing," Lu Yi wanted to remind Qian Wudong not to use too much force in case the explosive spiritual runes were triggered. However, before he could finish, the fire spirit rock in Qian Wudong's hand exploded. However, there was no explosion. The dazzling fire was condensed between Qian Wudong's fingers. Because it was too compressed, the fire looked like a small sun. After the shock wave dissipated, Qian Wudong looked up and smiled at Lu Yi. "What's wrong with this thing?" "Nothing." What else could Lu Yi say? Qian Wudong was a divine ocean realm cultivator. An explosive fire spirit rock could not hurt him. Even the shock wave was controlled by his fingers. "Did you make this yourself?" Qian Wudong asked. Lu Ye's movements were so fast that even Qian Wudong didn't notice anything amiss. Yes, good, Qian Wudong praised. To tell you the truth, many years ago, a spiritual tattooist discovered the magical effect of combining the fire spirit rock and the explosive spiritual runes. This thing also appeared in the front line of the war between the two sides. Used. Lu Yi caught the key word. He was not surprised that this method had been discovered long ago. It was not a whimsical idea, but a simple combination of spiritual stones and spiritual tattoos. Since ancient times, there had been so many spiritual tattooists, so it was natural that someone had discovered it earlier than him. Yes, but too many people died. Later on, no one made it. Too many spiritual tattooists died. Lu Yi grasped the key point immediately. Qian Wudong nodded. The fire spirit rock is not stable. There is a risk of failure when constructing the spiritual runes. No matter how skilled a spiritual tattooist is, he or she cannot guarantee that he or she will succeed. According to the information I got, you are a spiritual tattooist. So you should know what will happen if someone fails to construct the explosive spiritual runes in the fire spirit rock. Once the spiritual runes fail, the spiritual energy in the fire spirit rock will go berserk. Then it will cause an explosion. Brother Shen. Yes. Shen Zhongqing walked on the road. When he met people he knew, he would greet them or nod to them. But no matter who it was, no one had any extra expression on their faces. It was as if they were indifferent to everything. To this, Shen Zhongqing was used to it, because this was the Demon Suppression Department, an organization that maintained the stability of the Great Qin dynasty. Their main duty was to kill demons and monsters. Of course, they also had other side jobs. It could be said that, in the Demon Suppression Department, everyone's hands were stained with blood. When a person was used to life and death, he or she would become indifferent to many things. When he first came to this world, Shen Zhongqing was not used to it, but as time passed he got used to it. The Demon Suppression Department was very big. Those who could stay in the Demon Suppression Department were all powerful masters or people who had the potential to become masters. Shen Zhongqing belonged to the latter. There were two professions in the Demon Suppression Department. One was the Guardian, the other was the Demon Slayer. Anyone who entered the Demon Suppression Department would start from the lowest level, the Demon Slayer. Then they would be promoted step by step until they finally had a chance to become a Guardian. Shen Zhongqing's previous life was a trainee Demon Slayer in the Demon Suppression Department. He was also the lowest level Demon Slayer. He had the memories of his previous life. He was also very familiar with the environment of the Demon Suppression Department. It didn't take long for Shen Zhongqing to stop in front of a pavilion. Different from the other places in the Demon Suppression Department that were filled with killing intent, this pavilion was like a crane in a flock of chickens. In the Demon Suppression Department that was filled with blood, it presented a different kind of tranquility. At this moment, the door of the pavilion was open. Occasionally, people would enter and leave. Shen Zhongqing only hesitated for a moment before stepping in. Entering the pavilion, the environment suddenly changed. A burst of ink mixed with a faint smell of blood assaulted his senses, causing his brows to instinctively furrow, but they quickly smoothed out. The smell of blood on everyone in the Demon Suppression Department was almost impossible to wash away. Chapter 908. With the combination of the fire spiritual rock and the exploding spiritual tattoo, the power of the explosion was not weak. Even a Spirit Sea realm cultivator could withstand it once, but he would not be able to withstand it if it happened too many times. As for a true lake realm spiritual tattooist, needless to say, one explosion was enough to injure him. After 3 to 5 explosions, even if he did not die, he would be bedridden. That's why I am curious. How did you make so many exploding fire spiritual rocks? Qian Wudong looked at Lu Yi. My success rate in constructing spirit tattoos is higher. Lu Yi couldn't tell Qian Wudong that it was impossible for him to fail. Even if he said so, Qian Wudong wouldn't believe him. A spiritual tattooist building spiritual tattoos was the same as an alchemist making elixirs. No matter how skilled a spiritual tattooist was, there was still a possibility of failure. Qian Wudong couldn't help laughing. A Spirit Sea Realm spiritual tattooist has an 80% success rate of constructing explosive tattoos in a fire spiritual stone. How high can you be? However, once the construction fails, it will inevitably lead to terrible consequences. I want to know how you were able to protect yourself from the explosion of the spirit stone and escape unscathed. This was the reason why he had called Lu Yi over this time. If this problem could be solved, Haotian Alliance would have one more way to deal with their enemies. This was of great strategic value. Lu Yi was in a dilemma. Qian Wudong thought he had a way to avoid the explosion of the fire spiritual rock, but that was not the case at all. How could he explain this? After thinking for a while, Lu Yi could only say, "I have my own unique way." "You can't tell me?" Qian Wudong looked at him with a faint smile. "Don't worry. I won't ask you for nothing. If you can share your way and solve this problem for the prefecture guards, you will be rewarded handsomely, including but not limited to military exploits." Lu Yi felt a headache coming. He didn't know how to respond. Finally, he said helplessly, "Sir, it's not that I want to hide it from you. It's just that no one else can use my way. Even if I share it, it's useless. Sir, you don't believe me. All right, I'll ask Tianji to bear witness. If my way can be used by others, please punish me." After a moment of silence, Lu Yi said again, "Sir, you should believe me now. In the 9 regions, the Heavenly Secret Oath could sometimes help cultivators resolve some doubts and unnecessary disputes. Under the witness of the Heavenly Secret, no one could lie." Qian Wudong didn't expect Lu Yi to be so straightforward. It seemed that Lu Yi didn't lie to him. Qian Wudong was the only one who could use his methods, so there was no point in sharing it with others. He sighed and couldn't help but reveal a disappointed expression. "If that's the case, then it's fine. You may leave." "Yes." Lu Yi heaved a sigh of relief and turned to leave. But when he reached the door, he suddenly turned back. "Anything else?" Qian Wudong looked at him in confusion. Lu Yi said, "Sir, if you want explosive fire spirit rocks, I can help you refine them." Gan Wudong couldn't help but laugh. "How much can you make by yourself?" If he were to do it alone, the production would be limited and it would lose its value. "Sir, how much do you think we can refine every day to satisfy our needs?" Lu Yi asked instead of answering. Qian Wudong looked at Lu Yi and realized that the latter was seriously discussing this issue with him. Qian Wudong said, "Of course, the more the better. But if you were the only one making them, would you be able to produce 1,000 pieces a day?" He thought Qian Wudong was going to ask for a lot. It was only 1,000 pieces. If he wanted to refine them, it would be a simple matter. 1,000 explosive fire spirit rocks would take less than an hour. Qian Wudong was a minister. How could his appetite be so small? But Lu Yi also knew that it was best to stop before going too far. Qian Wudong didn't think he could refine 1,000 pieces per day. Everyone's energy was limited, and there was a certain amount of risk involved. If he said too much, Qian Wudong might not believe him. Even if Qian Wudong did believe him, Qian Wudong would be suspicious. It should be possible. Qian Wudong was shocked. Really? If he could refine 1,000 pieces per day, then he could make 30,000 pieces per month. It was more than enough to equip a minister of law. It's related to the future of our province. I'm willing to try my best. Lu Yi answered firmly. Good, good, good. Qian Wudong nodded approvingly as if the Force province had a successor. But Lu Ye's next sentence exposed his real purpose. Sir, it takes a lot of time and effort for me to refine. Shouldn't the prefecture guards do something for me? Qian Wudong couldn't help but laugh when he heard Lu Ye's blunt words. Of course. Qian Wudong thought for a while and said, What do you think? The materials will be provided by the prefecture guards. Every time you refine a piece of explosive fire spirit rock, you'll be rewarded with 1 battle credit. Lu Yi turned around and left. 2 points. Qian Wudong was speechless. Lu Yi didn't give him any face at all. Lu Yi didn't stop walking. 1 explosive fire spirit rock was worth 2 battle credits. 1,000 pieces per day would be 2,000 battle credits. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount either. The main reason was that Lu Yi could refine it in an hour. In this way, he could earn 60,000 battle credits in 1 month. However, this was not what Lu Yi had expected. Most importantly, it was rare to come across such an opportunity. Naturally, he would try to get as many benefits as he could. Such opportunities were rare. Name your price. Qian Wudong was helpless. Seeing that Lu Yi was about to walk out of the ear palace, he hurriedly said. Lu Yi turned around and raised his hand. He opened his hand and flipped it over. You little bastard! How dare you ask for so much? Qian Wudong was furious. He was the head of the law department, in charge of the laws of the prefecture guards. His words were like a mountain. Since when did anyone dare to bargain with him? He glared at Lu Yi and softened his tone. Kid, you should know that you're a member of the prefecture guards. The things you refine can improve the strength of the prefecture guards. When the prefecture guards get stronger, you can benefit from it. Sir, I know that. But if you want the horse to run, you have to feed the horse. Although I'm the head of the law department, I have to put the law department and the prefecture guards first. I can't accept your price. Raise the price on the spot and return the money as the fall. That's how business works. You little bastard! Qian Wudong gritted his teeth. 3 points. 1 spiritual stone is 3 points. You can earn 3,000 points a day. That's 90,000 points a month. Lu Yi shook his head. My lord, let's not talk about the risks involved in refining this item for now. It will take a lot of time and delay my cultivation. I sacrificed my future for the sake of the prefectural guard. My lord, you can't let me suffer a loss. I want battle points to buy the golden spirit lot to make up for my lagging cultivation progress. How can a golden spirit lot that costs 90,000 battle points a month make up for it? Qian Wudong thought that it made sense. He sighed. 5 points. That's my limit. Any more and we won't talk. Let's make a Tianji contract. Lu Yi agreed without hesitation. 5 points for an explosive fire spiritual stone was the price he expected. You're so sure that you can complete the task? Qian Wudong looked at him suspiciously. You should know that once you make a Tianji contract, you'll be punished if you can't complete the task. That's my business. Sir, just wait and see. Since you're so confident, I'll do as you wish. Qian Wudong waved his hand and a blank Tianji contract fell down with a golden light. He quickly listed out the terms and conditions for Lu Yi to read. After both of them made sure there were no problems, they both left their marks. With that, the Tianji contract was made. Sir, there's one more thing I need to tell you, Lu Yi said. The Tianji contract has been made. You can't raise the price. Sir, you're underestimating me. What I want to tell you is that there's a loss when making this thing. I know that, but the loss rate can't be more than 30%. Lu Yi was overjoyed, but he pretended to be troubled. I'll try my best. Now he didn't have to worry about the fire spiritual stones he needed for his talent tree. The loss rate couldn't be more than 30%. In other words, he could pocket 30% of the stones. This wasn't his original intention, but if he had a 100% success rate, he wouldn't be able to explain it to others. 70% would be the best. Sir, when can we start? Lu Yi couldn't wait. He didn't expect that this trip to vast Sky City would not only provide him with a stable way to earn battle credits, but also fire spiritual stones. This was a great deal. If you think it's okay now, we can start now. I'll listen to you, sir. Come with me. Qian Wudong led Lu Yi out of the ear palace and flew up. He wrapped Lu Yi in his spiritual power and flew in a certain direction. Soon, they landed in a small courtyard. This is the property of the Law Division. Normally, it is used by the injured cultivators of the Law Division to recuperate. You will live here for the time being. I will have someone deliver the fire spirit stones. I will not ask about the process, only the result. In 7 days, someone will come to collect them. Lu Yi nodded. There was no problem with this arrangement. Qian Wudong soon left, leaving Lu Yi alone. Yi could finally come out and take a breather. The courtyard wasn't big. Lu Yi set up some arrays to guard it. As soon as he finished, there was a knock on the door. Lu Yi got up and opened the door. A cultivator he didn't know was standing outside. He handed over a storage bag. Lu Yi took it and checked it. There were 10,000 fire spiritual stones inside. He nodded. No problem. The cultivator didn't say anything. He cupped his fists and left. Qian Wudong had ordered his men to deliver 10,000 pieces of fire spiritual stones to Lu Yi, and the delivery time was 7 days later. Obviously, he had taken 30% of the cost into account. Therefore, after 7 days, Lu Yi only needed to give Qian Wudong 7,000 pieces of fire spiritual stones to complete the mission. By then, Lu Yi would have 35,000 battle achievements. This didn't include the remaining 3,000 fire spiritual stones. Lu Yi walked into the room and set up another array. Time to work. Chapter 909. It wasn't difficult for Lu Yi to inscribe explosive spiritual tattoos on fire spirit stones. Therefore, he held a fire spirit stone in each hand. The one in his left hand was for inscribing explosive spiritual tattoos, while the one in his right hand was for his talent tree to devour. Not only that, there was also a spiritual energy vortex in front of him and many small funnels on his body. He was the only one in the world who could do 2 things at the same time while cultivating. As for what he said in front of Qian Wudong about sacrificing his own future for the prefecture guards, it was impossible. Cultivation was always the most important thing in a cultivator's cultivation. Lu Yi understood this a long time ago. He couldn't do anything that would delay his cultivation, no matter how great the benefits were. Time flew by. In just half a day, all 7,000 exploding fire spirit stones had been refined, and Lu Yi refined another 200 before stopping. The number couldn't be fixed, or else it would be too ugly. 10,000 raw materials to produce 7,200 explosive fire spirit stones. This result was very impressive. Qian Wudong gave him 7 days, and he couldn't leave the rest of the time, so he could only continue cultivating. He didn't imprint the origin of the soaring dragon realm, but took out the core of the breath fruit and prepared to enter the mirage to train. Since he reached the true lake stage, he hadn't entered the mirage, so there weren't many places to test his strength. Moreover, he had obtained many new spiritual tattoos. So Lu Yi wanted to train in the mirage and familiarize himself with the effects of these spiritual tattoos. Lu Yi was especially looking forward to the spiritual tattoo of Split Shadow. Among the 7 new spiritual tattoos he obtained last time, this was the only one that could be used in a one-on-one battle. He channeled his spiritual energy into the core of the breath fruit. His vision blurred, and he appeared in the familiar small space. There was a door on each side, one of which led to the training ground, and the other to the Immortal Essence City. Opening the gate to enter the Immortal Origin City required 10,000 merit points. Lu Yi naturally wouldn't open it easily. Moreover, the last time he returned from the Immortal Origin City, the City Lord had said that he was already a member of the Jufu team. If there was a battle, the City Lord would use some special means to remind him. When the time came, he would directly enter the Immortal Origin City to participate in the battle. Until now, Lu Yi hadn't received any notifications from the Immortal Essence City, so it should be quite peaceful there. Calculating the time, it had only been a few months since the last battle. Lu Yi turned his gaze to the other door, and he raised his hand to push it. The door light flowed, and a line of words immediately. Lu Yi's Tiest. Its price again. When he had obtained the breath fruit core when he had been at the spirit stream tier, it had cost him 50 merit points each time he used it. Now that he had reached the Cloud River tier, he needed to spend 100 merit points. Now that he was in the True Lake stage, the contribution points required to enter the Mirage had indeed increased. This was the same as the price increase in the Cloud River tier. It was doubled from its original base price. 200 merit points. The current Lu Yi naturally wouldn't care about a mere 200 contribution points. Without any hesitation, he pushed open the door and stepped into the rolling fog. The process of tempering was dull and tedious. It was nothing more than an endless stream of enemies charging out of the mist, only to be killed by Lu Yi. To Lu Ye's surprise, the opponents he encountered this time were no longer limited to human cultivators and insectoids. Two peculiar races, the Blood Race and the Corpse Race, had appeared among their opponents. The Blood Clan was the enemy he encountered in the Soaring Dragon Realm, and the Corpse Clan was the enemy of the Wushuang continent. There was no reason for them not to appear before, but now they suddenly appeared. Lu Yi guessed that the enemies that appeared in the core of the breath fruit were most likely related to the previous experiences of the cultivators who entered this place. Because he had encountered the Blood Race and the Corpse Race, enemies of these two races would also appear here. If he encountered any other messy races in the future, the mirage in the core of the breath fruit should also be able to reflect it. His cultivation had increased to the True Lake realm. In addition, Lu Yi had made great progress in his saber techniques, mastered new spirit patterns, and comprehended the second style of the Tyrant Saber technique. This tempering could be said to be a fruitful experience. Only the moment when he was exhausted and killed, the pain was unbearable. That was the real feeling of death. Lu Yi engraved this feeling in his heart. Only in this way could he maintain sufficient vigilance in the real world. In the mirage, no matter how many times he died, only his mind would be damaged. In reality, he only had one life. Time flew by, and 7 days had passed. The cultivator who sent the Fire Spirit Stone arrived as scheduled and took away the exploding Fire Spirit Stone that Lu Yi gave him. After a while, Lu Yi felt some movement in the battlefield imprint. He lowered his head to check. His name, identity, and cultivation had not changed. Needless to say, the location change was nothing more than the change from the Blue Flame Mountain Pass to the vast sky city of the military province. In the contribution column, more than 100,000 contribution points were reduced, leaving more than 350,000. After all, cultivating like this every day and entering the mirage to temper himself again and again consumed a lot. The most important thing was that in the contribution column, 27, his strength was a little higher. Originally, after replenishing the power of the God-vanquishing sword, he only had a little more than 100,000 contribution points left. But just a few days ago, he gained another 130,000 contribution points. Needless to say, it was the reward from this time's mission with the A3 team. It was impossible for a normal mission to have such a big harvest. But this time, there were many problems and troubles. In the end, a second-order divine Sea Realm cultivator was captured and killed by the A3 squad. Naturally, the reward would be greatly increased. Moreover, on the way back, King Gangwu said that he would report to the division leader and ask the division leader to ask the division leader to ask the division leader to reduce everyone's contribution points by half and give it to Lu Yi. With all these reasons combined, Lu Yi was able to get such a generous reward. According to the original mission, the A3 team went out to carry out a mission to capture a 9th Order True Lake Realm cultivator. The best reward would be 10 to 20,000 contribution points per person. But this time, even if their harvest was reduced by half and given to Lu Yi, the contribution points were still more than expected, at least 20 to 30,000. And the extra contribution points just now were naturally from refining the exploding Fire Spirit Stone, a total of 36,000 points. With all these factors, Lu Ye's contribution points were more than 270,000. In the entire 9 states, There was no one else like Lu Yi who could continuously obtain such a large amount of contribution points. Otherwise, he would not have been promoted to the rank of commandant when he was still in the True Lake realm. Just as Lu Yi was checking his battle merits, Wei Ling suddenly made a move. Lu Yi checked and found that it was Gan Wudong who gave him an order through Wei Ling, ordering him to go to the law department immediately. Wei Ling was like a mountain. Lu Yi could bargain with Gan Wudong on the exploding fire spirit stone issue, but he did not dare to be careless at this moment. He immediately rushed to the law department. Soon, he saw Gan Wudong from last time. Compared to last time, Gan Wudong's attitude was undoubtedly much warmer this time. When he saw Lu Yi, he patted his shoulder affectionately and said, "Well done!" Although they had signed the Tianji contract and had an agreement when the results were right in front of him, Gan Wudong was certain that Lu Yi really had the ability to refine 1,000 exploding fire spirit stones a day. With these things, the law department's enforcement team would have one more way to deal with enemies when they were out on missions. It would also reduce the number of casualties imperceptibly. Previously, because of Lu Ye's haggling with him, that little bit of unhappiness had long since disappeared. "As long as you're satisfied, sir." Lu Yi replied, "I'll give you a day off. You can continue refining tomorrow, but I have to tell you that you can't fall behind in your cultivation. You have to know that the higher your cultivation, the higher the efficiency of your refining." Lu Yi thought to himself that refining this thing did not seem to have much to do with his cultivation, but there was no need to say such things out loud. Soon he realized something was wrong. "Sir, I have to stay in Haotian City to refine exploding fire spirit stones in the future." "What's wrong?" Gan Wudong looked at him in confusion. Lu Yi said, "Sir, did you forget that I'm from Tsangyan Mountain Pass? I only asked for a day off to get promoted, but I've been delayed for almost 10 days already. Although the leader of the risk team did not ask me to return, I can't just stay here forever. Wouldn't that be desertion?" He still carried the identity of Tsangyan Mountain Pass Guard and Patrol Guard of Great Moon Pass. Of course, with his promotion, he had now become the Guan Commandant and the Patrol Commandant. If he stayed here for a long time, the monthly salary he could get with these two identities would definitely be gone. This was unacceptable to Lu Yi. Just these two identities alone gave him a monthly salary of 60,000 battle merits. Gan Wudong looked at him in shock, speechless for a moment. He was so happy that he completely forgot about this. Suddenly, he felt like his heart was being stabbed by a knife. Such a talent is not from my law division. Damn it! Why was this brat only a Cloud River Realm Ninth Order when he came to Haotian City, and not a True Lake Realm cultivator? If Lu Yi was a True Lake Realm cultivator at that time, Gan Wudong would have recruited him into the law division. Lu Yi did not notice the change in Gan Wudong's expression and said, "Sir, how about this? You give me the fire spirit stones, and I'll take them back to Tsangyan Mountain Pass to refine. Every once in a while, you can send someone to pick them up. Although it's a bit troublesome, it's the only way I can think of." Gan Wudong raised his hand and stopped him. "Wait a moment." Saying so, he raised his hand and tapped his battlefield mark to send a message. But no one knew who he was sending it to. Lu Yi stood quietly to the side. Gan Wudong walked back and forth with his hands behind his back, looking a little anxious. He sent a few more messages, but they all seemed to have sunk into the sea. Helpless, Gan Wudong could only look at Lu Yi. "Use the guard token to contact your Mountain Pass master. Tell her I have something to discuss with her." Last time, when King Gangwu asked him to transfer Lu Yi back from the front line to join Team A3, he was afraid that Thought Moon Immortal would crack his skull open, so he did not dare to agree. But after discovering that Lu Yi had the ability to refine fire spirit stones in large quantities, his desire for talent finally overcame his fear. He wanted to take a risk, but he did not expect that Thought Moon Immortal would ignore him, which was very awkward. Brother Shen Zhangqing walked on the road, and when he met someone he knew, he would greet them or nod to them. But no matter who it was, No one had any extra expression on their face, as if they were indifferent to everything. To this, Xin Zhangqing was already used to it, because this was the Demon Suppression Department, an organization that maintained the stability of the Great Qin Empire. Their main duty was to kill demons and monsters. But of course, they also had some other side jobs. It could be said that, in the Demon Suppression Department, everyone's hands were stained with blood. When a person was used to life and death, they would become indifferent to many things. When he first came to this world, Xin Zhangqing was not used to it, but as time passed, he got used to it. The Demon Suppression Department was very big. Those who could stay in the Demon Suppression Department were all powerful experts, or people who had the potential to become experts. Shen Zhangqing belonged to the latter. Among them, the Demon Suppression Department was divided into two professions. One was the guardian, the other was the demon exorcist. Anyone who entered the Demon Suppression Department would start from the lowest level, the demon exorcist. Then, step by step, they would be promoted to the position of guardian. Shen Zhangqing's previous life was a trainee demon exorcist in the Demon Suppression Department, which was also the lowest level of demon exorcist. He had the memories of his previous life. He was also very familiar with the environment of the Demon Suppression Department. It didn't take long for Shen Zhangqing to stop in front of a pavilion, different from the other places in the Demon Suppression Department that were filled with killing intent. This pavilion was like a crane in a flock of chickens. In the Demon Suppression Department that was filled with blood, it presented a different kind of tranquility. At this moment, the door of the pavilion was open, and people occasionally came in and out. Shen Zhangqing only hesitated for a moment before stepping in. Entering the pavilion, the environment suddenly changed. A burst of ink mixed with a faint smell of blood assaulted his senses, causing his brows to instinctively furrow, but quickly relax. The smell of blood on everyone in the Demon Suppression Department was almost impossible to wash clean. Chapter 9-10. After hearing Gan Wudong's words, Lu Yi realized that Gan Wudong had sent a message to Nian Yuxian. Even though they hadn't known each other for a long time, Lu Yi knew her temperament. If she didn't want to talk to someone, she wouldn't respond no matter how hard that person tried. Gan Wudong obviously couldn't reach Nian Yuxian and wanted Lu Yi to pass on the message. Lu Yi had no choice but to use the Wei token to contact Nian Yuxian. Soon, Nian Yuxian got a response. Seeing this, Gan Wudong was speechless. "My lord, how should I respond?" Lu Yi looked up at Gan Wudong. "Tell her I have something urgent to talk to her about," Gan Wudong ordered. Lu Yi did as he was told and looked up at Gan Wudong with a strange expression. "What?" My lord asked you to leave," Lu Yi reported. Gan Wudong was speechless. Lu Yi was also speechless. Two divine Sea Realm cultivators were using him as a messenger, especially one of them who didn't sound nice. What was going on? Also, my lord asked me to return to the vicissitude Flame Mountain Pass in 2 days. I can't stay for any reason," Lu Yi continued. Gan Wudong sighed. The Wei token had been given and Nian Yuxian couldn't be contacted. Lu Yi couldn't stay. Gan Wudong thought about it and agreed to Lu Ye's suggestion. "Let's do as you said. Every 7 days, I will send someone to the vicissitude Flame Mountain Pass to get the goods. If you need to go out, let me know in advance." "Yes, sir." Lu Yi obeyed the order. "These are the materials you need for the next 7 days." Gan Wudong threw a storage bag to Lu Yi. Lu Yi took it and checked it. There were 10,000 fire spiritual stones inside. After leaving the law department, Lu Yi didn't leave for the vicissitude Flame Mountain Pass immediately. Instead, he sent a message to King Zhengu and the others and asked them to come out for a small gathering. A few days ago, when the members of Team A3 recovered from their injuries, they asked Lu Yi about it. In any case, everyone could be considered to have gone through life and death together, and the mission was more than completed, so it was naturally worth celebrating. But at that time, Lu Yi had been ordered to refine the exploding fire spirit stone, so it wasn't convenient for him to leave at will. So he delayed the time. Now that he was about to return to the Ash Flame Mountain Pass, he naturally had to fulfill his promise. The location of the gathering was chosen by King Zhengguo. It was in a restaurant in Great Sky City. There was nothing special about the gathering between cultivators. It was nothing more than drinking and chatting casually. When they were in the mood, they would come down and show off their skills. It was quite a lively scene. Their feelings for each other increased slightly. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lu Yi went to the divination hall. The Pan Mountain Saber was repaired. After retrieving the Pan Mountain Saber, Lu Ye's heart also calmed down. Without the Pan Mountain Saber by his side, he always felt that something was missing. Now that the saber had returned to him, it was finally complete. Without any hesitation, he circulated his spiritual energy and soared into the sky, heading straight for the Vicissitude Flame Mountain Pass. On the way here, they encountered the cultivators from the mysterious organization. However, on the way back, it was a smooth journey without any mishaps. In the evening, they finally arrived at the Vicissitude Flame Mountain Pass and headed straight for the spiritual peak where the moon-yearning immortal bamboo house was located. From afar, he saw the Thought Moon Immortal sitting by the window on the second floor. She seemed to be bored. She supported her face with one hand and looked in the direction he came from. When their eyes met, the Thought Moon Immortal immediately retracted her gaze and fiddled with her fingers. Lu Yi came to the bottom of the bamboo building, cupped his fists, and said in a low voice, "My lord, I have returned from my leave to report to you." The Thought Moon Immortal responded softly. She continued to look at her slender white fingers, as if there was a flower on them. Below, Lu Yi maintained his salute and waited for a moment. Seeing that she had no other orders, he said, "I will take my leave." He turned and walked towards his bamboo building. Behind him, the Thought Moon Immortal opened her mouth. She wanted to ask him how he felt during this mission with the law department team and whether he encountered any danger. However, in the end, she did not ask. After living alone for so many years, she had long forgotten how to properly communicate with others. She did not expect that the mission Lu Yi carried out along the way would actually kill a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. After returning from the Great Sky City, the days passed peacefully. Every day, besides cultivating, Lu Yi fed the innate skill, Tree Fire Spirit Stones. Then he took Yi and Hoopa to patrol outside for an hour. Although he also knew that patrolling near the Vicissitude Flame Mountain Pass would not yield any results, he still had to be worthy of his monthly salary as a patrol captain. If he did not patrol like this, he would be embarrassed to take the 30,000 battle merits, monthly salary. The Thought Moon Immortal was still the same as before. She appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Lu Yi often did not see her for several days. Occasionally, when they met, they would just bow and pass by. Nothing happened at the Vicissitude Flame Mountain Pass, but another major event occurred in the 9 states. The Cloud River battlefield was reopened. Calculating the time, it had been almost 2 months since the fusion of the realms. It was indeed about time to end it. The reopening of the Cloud River battlefield meant that there would be a large number of Cloud River tier cultivators leaving the major passes at the front line. After all, for Cloud River tier cultivators, the Cloud River battlefield was their main home. Of course, not every Cloud River tier cultivator would go to the Cloud River battlefield. There was never a lack of cultivators at the major passes who thirsted for battle merits. Not to mention Cloud River tier cultivators, there were even Spirit Stream tier cultivators. After all, no matter how high one's cultivation was, as long as one joined the military state guard, they would have their own military rank and position and could receive a monthly salary. There were also things that Cloud River tier and Spirit Stream tier cultivators could do at the various major passes. Receiving a monthly salary and exchanging it for spirit sticks to cultivate, the speed of cultivation would not fall behind too much. Compared to this major event that belonged to the 9 states, something had also happened in the military state. The Ziwei Dao Palace had established a sect. On that day, they announced to the military state that they had acknowledged the Jade Blood Sect as their superior sect. They had chosen 30 peaks in the Fragrant Mountain as their foundation and would help the Jade Blood Sect. When the news spread, it did attract some attention. But that was all. Putting aside the fact that the Ziwei Dao Palace was a sect from the Peerless Continent, there were not many elites in the sect that could be brought out. Even the Jade Blood Sect had long since lost its former glory. The combination of these two sects was like a newborn baby relying on an old man, and it did not attract much attention from those powerful forces. Fortunately, the old man had a wide network. So on the day of the Ziwei Dao Palace's opening, there were many divine C-tier cultivators from large sects who came to congratulate them, and the scene was very lively. It also let the cultivators from the Peerless Continent of the Ziwei Dao Palace truly feel the power of the divine C-tier. Inside the bamboo building, Lu Yi sat cross-legged, holding a fire spirit stone in each hand, urging the power of the talent tree to continuously absorb it. His expression was normal, but his heart was filled with anticipation. There was no other reason. The transformation of the talent tree seemed to be completed. It was finally going to be completed. It had been more than a month since he sensed the signs of the talent tree's transformation in the volcano of Mount Sanyan. During this time, Lu Yi had consumed countless fire spirit stones. More than half of what he had obtained from the underground cave had been fed to the talent tree, and the consumption could be said to be incomparably huge. He had originally thought that with the harvest from the underground cave, he would no longer have to worry about the fuel for the talent tree in the future. But now it seemed that he had thought too simply. With such a large consumption, he had also become more aware of the transformation of the talent tree. Now that the transformation was imminent, he wholeheartedly devoted himself to this matter, and even put aside the matter of cultivation. Another half a day later, after consuming an unknown number of fire spirit stones and immersing his mind, the talent tree hidden in his source aperture suddenly shone brightly, its roots swaying. In an instant, Lu Yi clearly sensed the existence of the talent tree for the first time. He could not sense it before. Although the talent tree had always been hidden in his source aperture, and he could see it every time he immersed his mind, Lu Yi did not feel its existence at all. Until now, Lu Yi clearly sensed that there was a magical thing coexisting with him in his source aperture. Was the transformation complete? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Lu Yi was a little dumbfounded, because the talent tree suddenly shrank violently, and in the blink of an eye, turned into a ball of flame. Rather than a flame, it was more appropriate to call it a fire seed, because its shape was like a seed. That was not the end of it. The seed burned fiercely, and suddenly the flames exploded. As the flames churned, the seed sprouted, grew, and then a big tree appeared in his vision. Lu Yi focused his mind, and only now was he finally sure that the talent tree had completed its transformation. But it did not seem to have changed much. The unlit leaves on the talent tree were still shrouded in darkness, but the lit leaves seemed to be brighter. Other than that, there was nothing special. The roots seemed to have become more lush, that's it. Lu Ye's heart sank to the bottom. He had spent a huge amount of fire spirit stones, and more than half of what he had harvested in the underground cave on the talent tree's transformation. He had worked hard for more than a month, and in the end, that's it? No, it shouldn't be like this. He immediately calmed his mind, and, as expected, he soon felt something different. In the past, he could not sense the existence of the talent tree, and naturally could not sense the various things inside the talent tree. But now it was different. He could sense the existence of this divine object itself, and through the talent tree, he could sense the various things inside. For example, the amount of fuel stored. The talent tree had just completed its transformation, so there was naturally no fuel stored inside. There was some before, but it was all used up during the transformation process. At this moment, as the power of the fire spirit stones in his hands continued to be consumed, the fuel in the talent tree also began to accumulate. Continuing to sense it calmly, Lu Ye's expression quickly changed. Although he could not explain it clearly, he seemed to have sensed some changes in the talent tree and the external appearance of these changes. With that thought, he immediately took out a mid-grade spirit stone, held it in his hand, and then activated the talent tree's power and focused his mind to observe. The next moment, a scene that made him happy and shocked appeared. Invisible roots that only he could see extended from his palm and wrapped around the mid-grade spirit stone. When he thought about it, a powerful suction force came from those tiny roots. The spiritual power in the mid-grade spirit stone disappeared at a terrifying speed and flowed into Lu Ye's body through the roots. He had caught a cold and all kinds of discomfort. Chapter 9:11. The spiritual energy in the middle grade spirit stone was quickly devoured and turned into powder that fell from Lu Ye's fingertips. Lu Ye quickly took out another one. It was still the same. After the transformation, the talent tree had the ability to devour spiritual energy from spirit stones. In the past, the talent tree could only absorb fire elemental energy, such as the earth core fire and the fire spirit stone. It would not react to non-fire elemental energy. But now, with the transformation of the talent tree, the ability of the talent tree had also changed. It was no longer limited to fire elemental energy. If a true lake stage cultivator used a middle grade spirit stone like this, it would last at least half a day. But in Lu Ye's hands, it only took a moment for the spiritual energy to be used up. This meant that Lu Yi could absorb the energy from the spirit stone at an incredible speed for his own use. Whether it was for cultivation or recovery, the time spent would be greatly reduced. In other words, with this method, Lu Ye's efficiency in cultivation and recovery was not something that cultivators of the same stage could compare to. It was more than 10 times faster because of the existence of the spirit gathering funnel. His cultivation speed was much faster than cultivators of the same stage. Now that he had this ability, his cultivation efficiency would increase by a lot. Fast cultivation speed and high efficiency meant that he could use a shorter time to reach a higher stage. For cultivators, this was simply a dream come true. But while absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit stone, Lu Yi also noticed that the fuel stored in the talent tree was also rapidly depleting. It seemed that the fire spiritual energy stored in the talent tree was not only used to burn the impurities, but also to maintain the power of the talent tree. After all, the spiritual energy absorbed from the spirit stone was extremely pure with almost no impurities. It did not need the talent tree to burn and refine it, but the fuel stored in the talent tree was still rapidly depleting. This was undoubtedly a problem. Lu Yi did not notice this before. First, he could not detect the amount of fuel stored in the talent tree. Second, he did not have such a cultivation method. This meant that if he wanted to use the spirit stone to increase his cultivation speed in the future, he would have to consume the fire spirit stone at the same time. Lu Yi could not help but feel lucky that he made the deal with Gan Wudong in Grand Sky City. Otherwise, with the fire spirit stone in his hand, he would not be able to maintain it for long. Initially, he only needed the fire spirit rock to activate the spirit runes on the talent tree. Although he needed a lot, it was fine as long as he had enough. But now, if he needed to use it to cultivate, there would be no end to it. Under such circumstances, it was naturally important to have a stable channel to obtain fire spirit stones. Yi and Hoopa were dumbfounded as they watched one mid-grade spirit stone after another being consumed. They didn't know what method Lu Yi was using to be able to consume spirit stones so quickly. Lu Yi didn't bother to explain, but in the blink of an eye, she saw Hoopa chewing on his yao core. Crunching it loudly, a bold idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Under Hoopa's confused gaze, he reached into the storage bag around Hoopa's neck and took out a yao core. Holding it in his hand, he activated the power of his talent tree. Roots spread out and wrapped around the yao core. In the next moment, a rich power was extracted from the Yao core and poured into Lu Ye's body. As the spiritual power circulated, it was refined by the talent tree and turned into pure energy. It really works. Lu Yi was shocked. It was just a sudden thought. The talent tree was no longer limited to absorbing fire-type energy. Since spirit stones could do it, then wouldn't it work with Yao cores? He didn't expect it to work. Sensing the change in the Yao core in Lu Ye's hand, Yi covered her red lips. Hupo's tiger eyes widened even more. The energy stored in a Yao core was undoubtedly much greater than that of a mid-grade spirit stone. After all, it was the essence of a demon's lifetime of cultivation. It wasn't something a mid-grade spirit stone could compare to. But even so, it only lasted for a cup of tea's time before it completely dried up. What was left in Lu Ye's hand was only a dry mass of impurities the size of a jujube pit. Lu Yi was excited. After the transformation, the talent tree was no longer limited to absorbing fire-type energy. Spirit stones could do it. Yao cores could do it too. Could the spiritual power in a cultivator's body work as well? Lu Yi immediately extinguished this horrifying thought as soon as it appeared in his mind. Although he was very sure that the talent tree could absorb the spiritual power in a cultivator's body for its own use, doing so would be no different from eating people. There was still a huge psychological barrier. Lu Yi secretly warned himself that he couldn't open this trap. Once he did, it was very likely to lead to some extremely bad consequences. Under Hupo's vigilant gaze, Lu Yi took out another Yao core from his storage bag. He examined it for a moment, then threw it directly into his mouth. Every time he saw Hupo eating so enthusiastically, he had long wanted to taste a Yao core. Lu Yi couldn't hold back anymore and exclaimed. Hupo's eyes were about to pop out. "Master, how can you eat a Yao core?" "That's my snack." Lu Yi was surprised to find that the Yao core tasted pretty good. There wasn't any special smell. He swallowed it whole and quietly activated the talent tree's power. The roots in his abdomen twisted and quickly absorbed the energy in the Yao core. Gluttony's feast was also activated and a buzzing sound was heard. In just a moment, the energy in the Yao core was completely digested. This was much more efficient than letting the talent tree absorb it. "Lu Yi, are you all right?" Yi asked with concern. She couldn't understand why Lu Yi would suddenly make such a rash move. Yao cores were generally used to refine pills and set up formations. Yao beasts would also eat Yao cores of the same category, but she had never heard of this thing being eaten by humans. "I'm fine," Lu Yi comforted. "I have an extra ability. I can digest it, don't worry." Yi was relieved when she heard him say that. However, she still paid close attention to Lu Ye's changes, fearing that something was wrong with him. Lu Yi reached out towards Hupo's storage bag. Hupo covered it with its 2 paws and looked at Lu Yi with a pleading expression. Its meaning was obvious. "I don't have much left." Lu Yi glared at it. Only then did Hupo let go of its paws. Although the transformation of the talent tree did not improve Lu Ye's cultivation, the ability of the talent tree now gave him many more cultivation methods and greatly improved his cultivation efficiency. As a result, his growth rate would far surpass his peers. Such benefits were simply unimaginable. Compared to a simple increase in strength, this kind of transformation could really affect Lu Ye's life and was something he desperately desired. However, along with it, the expenses he would have to pay in the future would be huge. For the time being, Yang Kai decided not to think about it. The transformation of the talent tree had been completed, so Lu Yi was in a good mood and decided to cultivate properly to reward himself. In any case, he had broken through to the first-order true lake realm for some time now. It was rare for him to have such a stable cultivation environment and more cultivation methods, so it was time for him to raise his cultivation to the second-order true lake realm. Connecting his consciousness to the heavens, a vortex of world energy appeared in front of Yang Kai. From this vortex, pure world energy poured out and spread out in all directions, wrapping around the figures of one man, one spirit, and one tiger. Adjusting to the level most suitable for himself, Lu Yi continued to absorb the power of the fire spirit stone to replenish the energy reserves of the talent tree while constructing a small spirit gathering funnel. Yi looked at the vortex of world energy, filled with world energy, her eyes slightly blurred. Lu Yi, where do you think this vortex leads to? Who knows? Lu Yi casually replied, but I've heard people say that this vortex is connected to earth veins or spirit veins of different quality. That's why there's an endless stream of heaven and earth spiritual qi flowing out for cultivators to refine. This was common knowledge, but so far no one had been able to prove it because even the divine sense of a spirit sea realm cultivator could not penetrate the vortex to investigate the situation on the other side. However, there was no water without a source in this world. Such rich world energy could not be born out of thin air. There had to be a source. Therefore, the theory that the vortex was connected to earth veins or spirit veins of different quality was accepted by most cultivators in the 9 continents. Then, if we can pass through this vortex, wouldn't we be able to cultivate in an earth vein or spirit vein? Yi suddenly had an idea. Lu Yi laughed. That's a good idea, but unfortunately, we need to have this method. Even the divine sense of a spirit sea realm cultivator could not detect the situation on the other side of the vortex, so how could they pass through? While laughing, Lu Ye's expression suddenly changed. Another bold idea surged in his mind. The divine sense of a spirit sea realm cultivator could not pass through this vortex of world energy. He wondered if the roots of the talent tree could do it? If it could, then wouldn't it? Thinking of this, Lu Yi could no longer hold back. He quickly raised his hand and pressed it on the vortex of world energy. Yi did not know what he was going to do, so she just watched curiously. Hupo was pouring out the Yao cores from his storage pouch, fiddling with them one by one, dejected. His claws were not enough, and he could not count them all. On the other side, Lu Ye's mind moved slightly, and a root that only he could see extended from his palm, probing into the vortex of world energy in front of him. The transformation of the talent tree this time allowed Lu Yi to sense the existence of the divine object, the talent tree. Therefore, he could clearly sense the extension of the root. To him, the extended root was equivalent to his antennae. The root did not pass through from the other side of the vortex of world energy, which meant that the root had successfully probed into the vortex of world energy. Lu Ye's expression suddenly changed, because in his perception there was an extremely rich world energy on the other side of the vortex of world energy. The root's sense of touch was extremely sharp, and Lu Yi could feel it from all directions. Compared to the cultivation environment created by this method, there was simply no comparison. Chapter 9:12. If one were to define the density of spiritual energy in his current cultivation environment as a standard, the environment that the roots were in now was at least 3 standard degrees, a difference of 3 times, and the deeper the roots went, the bigger the difference. By the time the roots reached a limit, the difference in the cultivation environment had already reached a level of 5 times. Lu Yi had only just realized that the extension of the roots was not endless. It seemed to have something to do with the strength of his divine sense. Now that he had activated the power of his talent tree, the roots could only extend for about 3 feet at most. Even so, a difference of 5 times was an exaggeration. This also meant that if Lu Yi used the roots of the talent tree to absorb the spiritual power of the world on the other side of the vortex to cultivate, he would definitely be faster than in a normal state of cultivation. Maybe it could reach 5 times, maybe it was not enough, maybe it could even be more. After all, under normal circumstances, he cultivated with the help of the many small funnels that gathered spiritual energy. Such a cultivation method, Lu Yi could not make an accurate comparison between this method and using the talent tree's roots to absorb the spiritual energy, but it was undeniable that he had inadvertently found a method to rapidly increase his cultivation. And this method was built on the foundation of the talent tree's transformation. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lu Yi had a new question in his mind. Is the situation inside the vortex of spiritual power different at different levels? Seduso, CC is the starter. The cultivation environment he created through cherishing heaven's secrets, the spiritual energy whirlpool, was at the 3rd level. 1 day and 1 night would cost about 10,000 merits. Above that, there were even higher levels suitable for late-stage true lake stage and even divine sea stage cultivators. Below that, there were 2 lower levels suitable for early-stage true lake stage cultivators. He was an exception, so when he tried to use heaven's secrets, he chose the 3rd level. It was not difficult to explore. The level of the spiritual energy whirlpool could be changed at will. As long as he adjusted the level of the spiritual energy whirlpool, he would be able to explore. Lu Yi immediately changed the level of the spiritual energy whirlpool. Moments later, he came to a shocking conclusion. No matter what level the spiritual energy whirlpool was, the world inside was the same. If that was the case, then the rumors that he had heard before were not true. The saying that different levels of spiritual vortexes were connected to different quality earth veins or spiritual veins was simply nonsense. They might indeed be connected to some kind of earth vein or spirit vein. Otherwise, there was no way to explain where the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth came from. However, they were all in the same place. The reason why there were differences in the cultivation environment created by borrowing the mysteries of heaven was because of the different levels of the vortexes of spiritual energy. If the world inside the vortex of spiritual power was compared to a bottle, and the spiritual power of heaven and earth was the water in the bottle, then the vortex of spiritual power was the mouth of the bottle, the size of the bottle mouth. This determined the speed at which the water flowed out of the bottle, thus resulting in a different cultivation environment. The lower the level of the vortex, the smaller the opening of the bottle. Since that was the case, Lu Yi didn't need a large opening. He only needed the most basic opening. It would be convenient for him to extend the roots of his talent tree into the bottle. He could use the lowest level of spirit power whirlpool to cultivate. In this way, the amount of merit points consumed for cultivation would be greatly reduced. However, his cultivation efficiency would not be affected in any way. This was no longer borrowing the mysteries of heaven to cultivate, but stealing the mysteries of heaven. Lu Yi felt that his actions were no different from that of a thief, and he didn't know how the mysteries of heaven would react to this. He carefully maintained it for a moment and only relaxed when he found that there were no abnormalities. The mysteries of heaven were everywhere and knew everything. It was impossible for them to not notice his blatant theft. Since they didn't stop him, it meant that they tacitly approved of it. Thinking about it, whether he was stealing or not, this was his own ability after all. Why would the mysteries of heaven stop him? He couldn't say that he had a talent tree. That was his fault. After understanding this, Lu Yi felt at ease. The sharp changes in the talent tree triggered all kinds of follow-ups, completely changing the cultivation method that Lu Yi had maintained for several years. Many thoughts surged in his mind. Lu Yi suddenly stood up. What's wrong? Yi was puzzled. She didn't understand why Lu Yi stood up when he was cultivating. Lu Yi said and flew out of the window. Soon he arrived. In the ruined Blue Flame Mountain city's Tianjihal, he connected to the mysteries of heaven and entered the War Merit Pavilion. He wasn't in the mood to talk nonsense with the Golden Flood Dragon and Silver Flood Dragon. He went straight to the place where he could exchange golden spirit lots. With a wave of his hand, he exchanged 10 golden spirit lots. He hurriedly left the War Merit Pavilion and returned to his bamboo house. Seeing Lu Yi grab a handful of spirit lots, Yi finally understood what he was going to do. Lu Yi sat down again and crushed a golden spirit lot. The spirit lot's powder gathered and twisted, turning into a golden whirlpool. Then, extremely pure and rich spirit power flowed out from it. Yi and Hoopa hurriedly sat still and inhaled the spirit power to cultivate. This spirit power didn't need any refining to become a powerful foundation. Therefore, using spirit lots to cultivate had always been a method for 9 provinces' cultivators to quickly become stronger. Lu Yi wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. Looking at the golden whirlpool in front of him, he was excited and nervous. If things were really as he thought, then the talent tree's transformation this time would be of great help to him. Taking a light breath, he raised his hand and pressed it in front of the golden whirlpool, activating the talent tree's power. Invisible roots stretched out and probed into the whirlpool in Lu Ye's perception. In the next moment, Lu Ye's expression shook. The cultivation environment created by the spirit lots was the best environment that 9 provinces' cultivators could have. However, behind the whirlpool, there was an even better environment, one that was unknown to others. Lu Yi clearly sensed that the talent tree's roots had probed into a liquid. That wasn't real liquid, but the condensation of pure spirit power. It was a power that anyone could absorb at will. In an instant, he felt as if he was floating in the clouds and his whole body was dizzy. Forcibly stabilizing his mind, he continued to activate the talent tree's power and probed deeper with his roots. However, out of his expectations, the situation this time was a little different from the previous spiritual energy whirlpool. Inside the spiritual energy whirlpool, the deeper he went, the better the environment was. However, inside the whirlpool created by the spirit lots, there didn't seem to be much difference. Thinking about it, the pure spirit power had already condensed into a liquid existence. What difference could there be? Compared to the environment inside and outside the whirlpool, the difference was at least 3 times. Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh. He pulled Yi over and fiercely kissed her on the face. "Yi, I'm rich." Yi was dumbfounded. She was in the middle of her cultivation when Lu Yi suddenly made such a move, which really made her feel at a loss. Moreover, she had been with Lu Yi day and night for several years, and they were like real family to each other. Lu Yi had never done anything too intimate with her. At most, he would sometimes pat her little head and pinch her a little. Being kissed like this was the first time. "I'm rich, Yi," Lu Yi repeated. He excitedly grabbed Hoopa beside him and fiercely kissed him. Lan Wu. Hoopo's face was full of disgust as he struggled with all his might. Yi calmed down and noticed Lu Ye's excitement. She couldn't help but ask, "What happened?" Lu Yi didn't mention the talent tree. It was a little complicated to explain. He only said, "I have a special method that can reach into the inside of this whirlpool and use the environment inside to cultivate." Yi was curious. "The environment inside the whirlpool, what is it like?" "It's hard to describe, but the cultivation environment inside is very good. It's 3 times better than here." 3 times? Yi was shocked. Lu Ye's sudden kiss was thrown out of her mind. Her little brain immediately realized the benefits this could bring to Lu Yi. "Doesn't that mean that you can grow 3 times faster than others? More than that." Lu Yi smiled slightly. 3 times faster than me before. In the past, his cultivation speed was much faster than ordinary cultivators. This also allowed him to gain a lot of advantages when using the spirit lots to cultivate. Naturally, it couldn't be used as a standard to measure cultivation speed. "Lu Yi, you're amazing." Yi praised from the bottom of her heart. She was happy for Lu Yi from the bottom of her heart. Her little brain thought of something and tilted her head. "Lu Yi, if that's the case, then I suggest you exchange for a white spirit lot to cultivate in the future." "Why is that?" Lu Yi asked. "Look, a white spirit lot only costs 200 battle merits, right? A gold spirit lot costs 14,580 points. The difference is many times. If you cultivate with a white spirit lot and a gold spirit lot, isn't there no difference? In this way, won't you save a lot of battle merits? Then you can buy whatever you want in the War Merit Pavilion in the future." Lu Yi was stunned by her words. He felt that it made sense, but when he thought about it carefully, something didn't seem right. Ming, Hoopa lowered his eyes. He couldn't bear to look at his two masters directly. Even I, a tiger, can understand it. Why are you two discussing it so enthusiastically? Lu Yi finally understood what was wrong and laughed. There is no difference between the cultivation environment created by a gold spirit lot and a white spirit lot. The only difference is the length of time it lasts. A white spirit lot is a stick of incense, while a gold one is a day and a night. I just heard Yi's words. I suddenly felt that it made sense, but I was too excited and didn't think about it carefully. Now that I understand, I know that Yi's proposal won't work. Yi also came to her senses, and her face turned red. Lu Yi rubbed her head. My Lu Yi is the best. Yi smiled sweetly. Cultivate, cultivate. Lu Yi waved his hand. Since the transformation of the talent tree gave him such a special cultivation method, he naturally couldn't waste it. Right now, he was a first-order true lake realm cultivator. He really wanted to know how long it would take for him to reach the second-order true lake realm. Chapter 9:13. Because a golden spiritual stick could last for a little more than a day and a night, Lu Yi could no longer patrol every day since he started cultivating. He could only patrol every other day. Fortunately, there were no enemies in the Blue Flame Mountain Pass. As long as the Nianyu immortal stayed here, the myriad demons' ridge would not dare to invade. The deterrence of a top ghost cultivator in the Spirit Sea realm was too great. No one knew where she would hide. If someone dared to sneak over, they would be exposed and killed by her. The transaction with the Law Division was also carried out as scheduled. The explosive fire spirit stones that Lu Yi refined while cultivating were enough to meet the requirements of the task. Time flew by, and nearly half a month later, the last of the 10 golden spiritual sticks was consumed. The golden vortex in front of him slowly disappeared, and the cultivation was over. Lu Yi opened his eyes and examined his cultivation, feeling the rapid growth in the past half a month. The benefits brought to him after the transformation of the talent tree were greater than he had expected. This was because when the roots of the talent tree reached into the golden vortex to absorb the pure and rich spiritual energy of the world inside the vortex, the efficiency was simply incomparable to that of the small funnel. At first, he thought that the 3 times difference in environment meant that the cultivation efficiency was 3 times higher. When he really started cultivating, he found that this was not the case. If the cultivation method of building the small funnel was called absorption, then the cultivation method of the talent tree's roots reaching into the world opposite the vortex was completely plundering. One was passively accepting the spiritual power flowing out of the golden vortex, and the other was actively acquiring it. There was no comparison at all. Lu Yi felt that the efficiency of his cultivation using a golden spiritual stick was more than 10 times faster than normal. Of course, the difference in environment inside and outside the vortex was also one of the reasons for this result. Outside the vortex, there was pure spiritual power that could be directly absorbed. But inside the vortex, there was the kind of spiritual liquid that had been liquefied. In half a month, his cultivation had undergone earth-shaking changes. It could be said that since he started cultivating, he had never experienced such a terrifying speed of advancement, even in the Cloud River realm. Advancing too quickly was not necessarily a good thing. During this period of cultivation, he would occasionally enter the Mirage realm to hone himself, just to familiarize himself with the growth of his cultivation as soon as possible. The 10 golden spirit sticks he had exchanged for had been used up, and Lu Yi was not going to exchange any more golden spirit sticks for cultivation in the short term. Although the feeling of rapidly increasing his cultivation base was fascinating, he would never indulge in it. He had to stabilize his cultivation base for a period of time before he could continue cultivating. He led Hoopa and Yi out of the bamboo building. Just as he was about to patrol the surroundings, a fragrant wind suddenly lingered around his nose. By the time Lu Yi regained his senses, the thought moon immortal was already standing in front of him. The distance between them was less than a foot. Lu Yi jumped in fright and hurriedly took a few steps back. He cupped his fists and bowed. "My lord!" Their mountain pass master was always so elusive. For the past half a month, they hadn't even seen his shadow. Today he had suddenly appeared. At this moment, Nian Yuxian was sizing up Lu Yi with uncertainty. She spread out her divine sense and carefully examined him. Although she had already come to a conclusion, she still couldn't be sure. Third order, true lake realm. Half a month ago, when Lu Yi returned from Grand Sky City, he was only a first order true lake cultivator. Half a month later, he had actually reached the third order true lake realm. Even though Nian Yuxian was experienced and knowledgeable, she had never seen such an outrageous thing. Moreover, how could such a thing happen? The cultivation of the true lake realm required one to undergo the 9 revolutions of spirit energy. Every time one's cultivation base increased, the amount of spirit energy required was extremely large. The further one progressed, the harder it was to progress. Even if Lu Yi had enough merit points to maintain the state of cultivation with the golden spirit stick, it was still impossible for him to advance 2 minor realms in half a month. However, such an outrageous thing had actually happened right under her nose. Nian Yuxian had always given Lu Yi the impression that she was as cold as ice. But now, her face was filled with surprise and shock. It was a visual contrast that made him feel funny. Lu Yi didn't dare to laugh. He only replied seriously, "My lord's eyes are like torches." Lu Yi wasn't surprised that Nian Yuxian could see through his cultivation. The difference between their cultivations was obvious. With a sweep of her divine sense, his cultivation was naturally exposed. Nian Yuxian was stunned for a moment. Lu Yi waited for a moment. She didn't seem to have any intention of speaking. He could only say, "If my lord doesn't have any further instructions, this subordinate will go on patrol." "Go." Nian Yuxian nodded. She watched Lu Ye's back as he left. She was still in a daze for a long time. A familiar figure once again appeared in her mind. The last time she had been seriously injured and on the verge of death, Lu Yi had used some inexplicable method to bring her back to life. In a daze, she saw the figure of that person on Lu Ye's body. Back then, she had almost encountered the same danger. That person had also saved her like a divine soldier descending from the heavens. Since then, she had wholeheartedly followed and served that person until he died in battle. It was the same today. Back then, that person's cultivation had also risen so quickly that it was inconceivable. She wasn't in the mood to investigate Lu Ye's secrets. Not to mention that Lu Yi was her subordinate. He had saved her life last time. Nian Yuxian couldn't possibly have any ill intentions towards Lu Yi. She was bewildered. The Blue Blood sect, would such a monstrous genius always appear? Previously, when she heard that the great sects of Myriad Demon Ridge viewed him as a thorn in their side, she felt that Myriad Demon Ridge was making a big fuss over nothing. No matter how outstanding Lu Ye's performance in the Spirit Stream battlefield and the Cloud River battlefield was, he was still just a little guy in the Spirit Stream realm and Cloud River realm. He couldn't affect the situation of the 2 camps, but now it seemed that there were clearly people in Myriad Demon Ridge who understood. Coupled with the previous incident, it was a bit like once bitten, twice shy. Regarding this potential danger, she had to nip it in the bud. Third order, True Lake realm, if that was the case, she might be able to put that matter on the agenda. FL11 originally, she had long since given up on this matter. But since her life was saved by Lu Yi, and after witnessing his miraculous methods, she couldn't help but think about it again, because if she had the help of that method, she might have a chance to succeed. And once she succeeded, her strength would definitely improve greatly. At that time, as long as she found the opportunity, she would definitely be able to kill Wanzhong Gang. As these thoughts flashed through her mind, Nian Yuxian made her decision. Dozens of kilometers away from Ash Flame Mountain Pass, Lu Yi stood still and looked in the direction of the volcanic crater. At the end of the siege of Lonely Mountain City, he was worried about Nian Yuxian's safety and chased after her. He really didn't know how the battle would turn out. But judging from the situation at that time, the myriad Demon Ridge cultivators would have no problem defending Lonely Mountain City. But there would definitely be a lot of casualties. He didn't care about the situation in Lonely Mountain City, only about the volcanic crater. There were many fire spirit stones that had yet to be mined in the underground cave, even though he now had a stable channel to obtain fire spirit stones, and he hadn't used up all the ones he plundered last time. Every time he cultivated, he would need to consume the stored fuel to activate the power of his talent tree. His current state of cultivation was basically to activate the power of his talent tree while absorbing the energy of the fire spirit stones, which consumed a lot of energy. There were still many leaves on his talent tree that hadn't been ignited, which was where he needed the fire spirit stones the most. If he didn't think of a way to get more income, sooner or later, he would run out of money. Let's go take a look. Even though he didn't think there was much hope, there might be some gains. There was no loss in taking a look. Previously, he was busy cultivating and didn't have time to think about this. Now that he had this thought, he couldn't hold it in any more. Along the way, before they even reached the mouth of the volcano, they saw many figures flying back and forth in the distance. They were all busy and in full swing. When Lu Yi saw this, he knew that his plan was hopeless. The myriad Demon Ridge was obviously mining the fire spirit stones in the underground cave. Everything good in there was going to be swept clean. Lu Yi could use the battlefield imprint of the myriad Demon Ridge to blend in. But the reason he could do it so smoothly last time was because Lonely Mountain City was facing a powerful enemy, and no one could verify his identity. If he did it again this time, it might not be so smooth. If someone wanted to verify his identity, he wouldn't be able to justify himself. Moreover, even if he blended in, it wouldn't be of any use. He couldn't secretly mine the fire spirit stones by himself. How much could he collect? Unless he had the ability to sneak into Lonely Mountain City's treasury and loot it clean. This thought flashed through his mind, but Lu Yi quickly rejected it. It was too dangerous. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a familiar figure flying out of the volcanic crater. When he took a closer look, it was indeed the person he knew. Moreover, the spiritual power fluctuations on her body were obviously not something a Cloud River tier cultivator could possess. She had also advanced to the True Lake tier. Looking at the direction she was flying in, it seemed to be toward Lonely Mountain City. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yi did not disturb them. Although they had spent a period of time together and had even worked together for a short period of time, their positions were ultimately different. If they met on the battlefield in the future, they would still be enemies who needed to fight. But then again, when Lu Yi was still in the Return to Heaven Valley spiritual land, many cultivators from the myriad Demon Ridge were about to encircle and annihilate him. It was this woman who secretly informed Lu Yi, telling him to escape. Although Lu Yi didn't escape in the end, he still owed her a favor. Therefore, if they really met in the future, he could consider going easy on her. When he returned from his patrol, he happened to see a cultivator from Vast Sky City waiting outside his bamboo house. This person was a subordinate of Ganwu Dang and was in charge of taking the refined exploding fire spirit stones from Lu Yi. His name was Cheng Xiao. He had met Lu Yi a few times and was somewhat familiar with him. However, at this moment, this fifth-order True Lake Realm cultivator seemed to be in a bad situation. He stood stiffly in front of the bamboo house, not daring to move. His face was as pale as paper, and large beads of sweat slid down his forehead. His clothes were already wet. One of his hands gripped the sword at his waist so tightly that his knuckles turned white. It couldn't be helped because Thought Moon Immortal was sitting on the trunk of a big tree not far away. Her hands were on both sides of the tree, and her two long legs were swinging. Her expression seemed relaxed, but a fierce aura filled the air and affected Cheng Xiu's will. Chapter 9:14. The thought moon immortal's actions caused Cheng Xiu to be like a fully drawn bow, unable to release the arrow. Needless to say, it was extremely uncomfortable. Seeing Lu Ye's return, Cheng Xiu felt as if he had been pardoned. He hurriedly gave Lu Yi a pleading look. Seeing the situation, Lu Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know how he had provoked the thought moon immortal to be tortured like this. He took a few steps forward and cupped his fists. "My lord, I've returned from my patrol. There are no abnormalities within 100 miles. Please give me your instructions." The thought moon immortal nodded softly and said, "Come find me later. I have something to tell you." "Yes," Lu Yi replied. When he looked up again, the thought moon immortal had already disappeared. Cheng Xiu, who was beside him, almost collapsed. His legs and stomach shook as he said, "Brother Lu, please help me up." After a while in the bamboo house, Cheng Xiu's pale face regained some color. He looked at Lu Yi with emotion. To be able to be so safe and sound while working under that person was also a skill. He cursed in his heart, but didn't dare to complain. The spiritual perception of a divine sea realm cultivator was not to be trifled with. How could he dare to say anything disrespectful? He only talked about business, which was to hand over the explosive fire spirit stones to Lu Yi. After he finished counting, Lu Yi said, "Brother Cheng, go back and tell your master that the time of receiving the goods has been changed to once a month. Once every 7 days is a little too frequent. Not to mention that I have to trouble you to run around on both sides. I also have to go into closed-door cultivation sometimes." This suggestion was reasonable. Cheng Xiu immediately agreed. "I'll go back and report to my lord. However, the final decision is not up to me. You just have to say it." Cheng Xiu didn't stay for long and quickly left. After he left, Lu Yi came to the thought moon immortal's bamboo house. Before he could speak, the thought moon immortal's voice came from inside. Lu Yi went straight in. The thought moon immortal was waiting. "What orders do you have, my lord?" Lu Yi asked. Ever since he came to this ash flame mountain pass, the thought moon immortal didn't care about him other than giving him some missions in the first few days. Therefore, Lu Yi didn't know why she was looking for him. His strength is nothing in front of the thought moon immortal. "Let's not talk about this for now. I need you to use that spirit rune again. In order to understand the flight of the rainbow phoenixes, she had to personally experience it once more. Only then could she decide whether or not to bring Lu Yi along." Of course, when Lu Yi nodded, he had already unsheathed his long saber. It slid across his palm, causing blood to flow. Then he extended his hand towards the thought moon immortal. Nian Yu immortal understood tacitly. When her fingernails slid across her palm, blood similarly gushed out from the wound. Then she gently placed her hand on Lu Ye's palm. Lu Ye's eyebrows shot up as he gently grasped it. It had to be said that this hand was very soft, almost as if it had no bones. Last time, when he was on the brink of death, everything he did was for the sake of emergency, so he didn't carefully experience it. When he held it, it was as if he was holding a piece of smooth and warm jade. In the next moment, the image of the Xiando in their palms turned into 2 streaks of blood-red light and flew to the back of their hands, forming the shape of a single wing. The shape was as red as blood, vivid and lifelike. The moment the flight of the rainbow phoenixes was successfully constructed, Lu Yi could clearly feel the vast and deep foundation within the thought moon immortal's body. Correspondingly, the thought moon immortal also felt the astonishing vitality within Lu Ye's body. "Can't you let go?" Thought moon immortal asked. Lu Yi shook his head. "Only through close physical contact can we share the foundation of our physical bodies." This explanation was reasonable. The thought moon immortal asked again, "What's with the vitality in your body?" Such a vast vitality was no longer something a true lake realm cultivator could possess. Even those divine sea realm body cultivators might not have Lu Ye's foundation. Some opportunities. Lu Yi casually replied, not bothering to explain in detail. The thought moon immortal didn't pursue the matter. Instead, she asked, what other means are there for me to borrow strength from? Lu Yi thought for a moment and said, a little spiritual connection. If the flight of the rainbow phoenixes targets the physical body, then a little spiritual connection targets the spirit. However, if we really use it, there will be no more secrets between us. Compared to Sir's spirit, the strength of my spirit is not worth mentioning. It's fine if I don't lend it. The thought moon immortal nodded. She withdrew her jade-like hand from Lu Ye's and said calmly, I'll give you a mission. Please tell me, sir. The thought moon immortal took out her guard token and activated it. Lu Ye's expression turned serious. This kind of mission issued through the guard token was extremely official. It was also recognized by Heaven's secret. In other words, he could obtain battle merits. He immediately checked the guard token with both apprehension and anticipation. When he saw the contents of the mission, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The mission was very simple. Offer 3 drops of soul-cleansing water to the Mountain Pass Master. What kind of mission was this? If you want it, just say it. If you say it, I'll naturally give it to you. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Lu Yi took out a bottle from his storage pouch and passed it to the thought moon immortal. There were clearly more than 3 drops of soul-cleansing water in the bottle. There might even be 10 drops. That's too much. It's beyond my authority. The thought moon immortal frowned. The 3 drops are required for the mission. The rest is a gift from your humble servant to you, sir. The thought moon immortal's expression was somewhat strange. The word gift made her feel very old. However, this was Lu Ye's goodwill after all. She accepted it readily. The next moment, Lu Yi sensed a movement in his battlefield imprint. He lowered his head to check and found that his battle merits had increased by a lot, including the gains from refining the explosive fire spirit rock. He now had almost 230,000 battle merits. In a few days, he would be distributing the 2 moon rods again. He would gain another 60,000 battle merits. Lu Yi didn't know what it was like for other true lake realm cultivators to obtain battle merits. However, ever since he came to the vicissitude Flame Mountain Pass, it had always been very easy to obtain battle merits. Moreover, it was usually large amounts of battle merits that came into his account. I'll give you 3 days of leave. After 3 days, follow me to a place. Lu Yi had only asked casually, but he never expected the thought moon immortal to have no intentions of hiding anything from him. Liyuan. Where was Liyuan? Lu Yi had never heard of it before. He took out his 10-point map in a hurry and checked it. After confirming the location of Liyuan, he could not help but raise his head and look at the thought moon immortal. The Liyuan that borders the Mist Province and the War Province. Yes. The thought moon immortal nodded. Lu Yi was immediately alarmed. Why are you going there? If he wanted to go there, he would have to pass through the myriad Devil Ridges territory in the War Province and venture deep into the heart of the myriad Devil Ridge. Just how dangerous was that? Of course, he could choose to take a detour, but if he did, it would definitely take up a lot of time. With the thought moon immortal's temper and personality, it was unlikely for her to take a detour. It was very likely for her to directly pass through the entire War Province. Since I want to go, I obviously have my reasons for going. This isn't a mission. You can call it a request so you don't have to go. The 3 days are a holiday, but it's also time for you to consider. Go. You can give me an answer in 3 days. I'll take my leave. Lu Yi cupped his fists and retreated. He finally understood that the thought moon immortal's investigation of the flight of the colorful phoenixes and her request for him to contribute the soul-cleansing water were all preparations for the trip in 3 days. He didn't know what secrets were hidden in the Li Plains, but if it could attract an expert like the thought moon immortal, it was obviously a huge benefit. The thought moon immortal gave him 3 days to consider. But to Lu Yi, he didn't need to consider anything at all. Since his sect master wanted to borrow his strength, he naturally couldn't refuse. He didn't forget that when he was in danger in Lonely Mountain City, the Thought Moon Immortal saved him at the risk of being exposed. Although he also saved the Thought Moon Immortal's life later on, and they were considered to be even, interpersonal relationships weren't a transaction, nor was it a bargaining chip. Since his sect master was going, he had to accompany him. However, before that, he had to make more preparations. At the very least, he had to increase his life-saving assets. It seemed like he would have to spend some of the battle merits he obtained. After walking out of the Thought Moon Immortal's bamboo building, Lu Yi went straight to the Tianji Hall. He quickly connected to the Tianji Hall and entered the War Merit Hall. Following his memory, he arrived in front of a stone platform. There was a treasure robe placed on the stone platform, and it was a high-grade magic treasure robe. Magic cultivators had a higher demand for protective treasures like treasure robes and armor. This was because the physical bodies of magic cultivators couldn't be compared to cultivators of other sections. If they had a treasure robe or armor to protect them, they would have more means to protect their lives. Weapon cultivators generally didn't have a use for them, especially for weapon cultivators like Lu Yi who pursued their own battle techniques. Treasure robes and armor were even more burdensome. This was because for weapon cultivators, excessive protection would instead reduce the resistance to their own advancement. If they wore treasure robes for a long time, it was very easy for the weapon cultivator to misestimate their own strength, and it would also reduce the weapon cultivator's vigilance and grasp of battle opportunities. Therefore, since the beginning of his cultivation, Lu Yi had never bought any treasure robes or armor. Chapter 9:15. What's more, Lu Yi had the defensive spirit pattern as a means of protection, so he basically didn't need treasured clothes or armor. But this time he had to buy it. Going out with Nian Yuxian, who knew what kind of danger he would encounter and what kind of enemies he would encounter. With the protection of the treasured clothes, he could also have more life-saving means. It wasn't that there weren't better treasured clothes in the War Merit Pavilion. Not to mention the magic tool level. There were even spirit treasure level ones. But with Lu Ye's cultivation, the high-grade magic tool level was already the limit for him. No matter how advanced the treasured clothes were, it would be difficult for him to activate them. However, the price of this Scarlet Dragon battle suit was also not cheap. It was a full 90,000 battle merits. Compared to the soul-suppressing pagoda, which was more than 180,000 battle merits, its price was indeed only a fraction. However, the soul-suppressing pagoda was a soul tool that even a divine sea realm cultivator might not have, so its rarity was naturally not comparable to the treasured clothes. But compared to other magic tools of the same quality, the price of 90,000 battle merits seemed outrageous. Of course, you get what you pay for. Treasured clothes and armors were expensive on one hand, but their quality was also unquestionable. It was the best magic tool level. Lu Yi only pondered for a moment, then decisively exchanged for the Scarlet Dragon battle suit. The loss of 90,000 battle merits really came and went quickly. It was quite heavy, but the material was as smooth as silk. He didn't know what material was used to make it. In the 9 regions, cultivators who could sew treasured armors and treasured clothes were extremely rare. If alchemists, array cultivators, and refiners were special talents that the major sects needed to cultivate with all their strength, then those who could sew treasured armors and treasured clothes were special talents among special talents. The Scarlet Dragon battlesuit was named after a dragon, but it was obviously impossible to sew it with dragon scales. It was very likely to be made of dragon skin or something like that. After taking off his original clothes and putting on the Scarlet Dragon battlesuit, he was immediately in high spirits. It was said that clothes made the man and saddles made the horse. Because of Lu Ye's experience over the years and his own personality, when dealing with strangers, it was inevitable that he would give people a murderous feeling. However, after putting on this Scarlet Dragon battlesuit, the original murderous aura disappeared a lot. Instead, it was more elegant and gentle, like a noble son from a big family or a big sect. Lu Yi activated his spiritual power and sensed it silently for a while. He more or less understood the various aspects of this treasure robe. This treasure robe had a very strong shrinking ability, which was a good thing for Lu Yi, because after he used the beast transformation secret technique, his body would change to a certain extent. He had used the beast transformation secret technique twice, and both times his clothes had become ragged. But if he wore the scarlet dragon battle suit, he would not have such troubles in the future. Not only that, the armor seemed to be able to change its color. When Lu Yi got it, the color of the armor was aqua blue, but under the urging of spiritual energy, the color of the armor quickly changed after trying out a few colors. Lu Yi was more inclined towards dark red and black. In the end, after some hesitation, she settled on black. In the end, the elegant and easygoing aqua blue color did not suit his temperament, and the black color was more profound. At this moment, the image of a noble young master from a large family or sect vanished. Lu Yi nodded in satisfaction. As for the flawless white color, that was completely out of the question. His sect-destroying Yi was completely incompatible with the pure white color. Many sword cultivators like to wear white, such as 4th senior brother Li Baxian. His clothes were white with a fluttering red cloud pattern on it. When he moved, it was like a gorgeous sunset, giving off a wild and unrestrained feeling. It was completely different from the pure white color. This was the appearance of the armor. As for what kind of specific functions it had, and how strong the defense it could provide, it still needed to be tested in actual combat. Lu Yi believed that his 90,000 battle merits would not go to waste. After all, this was a product of the War Merit Pavilion. After leaving the War Merit Pavilion, Lu Yi returned to his bamboo house. Yi and Hu Po, who had been left behind to guard the place, immediately saw Lu Yi in his new outfit. They gathered around him, clicking their tongues in wonder as they sized him up. Lu Yi held his head high and puffed out his chest, making his figure look heroic. "Looks good, doesn't it?" Yi couldn't help but nod. "Looks good, really good. It would look even better if it was white." "What kind of eyes are you looking at?" Lu Yi glared at her. He didn't want to show off anymore and sat down cross-legged. He took out the breathfruit core and prepared to enter the Mirage realm to test the defensive power of his artifact robe. Half a day later, Lu Yi opened his eyes and frowned. It wasn't that the result was unsatisfactory, but it was beyond his expectations. In the Mirage realm, the attacks of the 4th or 5th order true Lake realm cultivators couldn't break through the artifact robe's defense. This artifact robe had greatly increased Lu Ye's strength, at least 30% of his survivability. For others, artifact robe's defense would naturally be so good that they would be overjoyed. But Lu Yi didn't lose his head because of this. External forces were still external forces. They could be borrowed, but they couldn't be relied on. It was really easy for a weapon cultivator to lose his accurate judgment of his own strength. In the long run, it was very likely that he would be unprepared. If the artifact robe's defense was broken by a master one day, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking about it, but he wouldn't abandon the artifact robe for this reason. Since he had already spent 90,000 battle points, it was impossible to put it aside. Lu Yi could only secretly reflect on it at all times. However, compared to the protection provided by the artifact robe, the consumption of spirit energy in battle was obviously much higher. This was the price to pay for wearing the artifact robe. In a big battle, offense was the best defense. Instead of consuming spirit energy on defense, it was better to slash a few more times. The matter of the artifact robe was settled for the time being. After all, this trip was to follow Thought Moon Immortal on a mission. It was good to have such a protective measure. Thought Moon Immortal gave him 3 days. If he used 3 days to cultivate, there was no way for him to improve his strength. Lu Yi thought for a moment and suddenly came up with an idea. If that was the case, it seemed to be feasible. He hurriedly searched through his inventory bag, took out a sound transmission stone, and infused it with spirit energy. Soon he frowned because the sound transmission stone didn't show any signs of resonance. In other words, the other sound transmission stone wasn't in the same world as the one in his hand. It was very likely that it had been put into the storage bag. After all, in 9 regions, the communication between cultivators relied on the battlefield imprint. The state guards could also rely on the guard token, who would use such a low-level thing like the sound transmission stone. But if the sound transmission stone was ineffective, how could he find the other party? He couldn't just go to Lonely Mountain City in broad daylight again. Last time, he was able to get through without any danger, but this time he might not be able to do so. After thinking about it, Lu Yi soon had an idea. He concentrated his mind and searched through the battlefield imprint. He found a brand that he hadn't contacted for a long time and sent out a message. After waiting for a moment, the other party replied with a simple word, "Okay." Lu Yi got up, walked out of the bamboo house, and soared into the sky. On the other side of the bamboo house, Thought Moon Immortal felt something. She opened her eyes and glanced in the direction where Lu Yi disappeared, and then no longer paid any attention. Blue Flame Mountain Pass and Lonely Mountain City Pass were thousands of miles apart. This 1,000 miles of land was regarded as a buffer zone for the confrontation between the two camps and did not belong to either side. In this area, there was a small mountain near Lonely Mountain City Pass. Lu Yi, who had rushed here, looked left and right. He didn't hide his figure and casually found a place to wait. About an hour later, he suddenly sensed that there was something unusual nearby. He quietly urged his divine sense to sense. He easily sensed that a familiar aura was quietly approaching. However, because she was not a ghost cultivator, the concealment method she could use was not very clever. In the eyes of the current Lu Yi, she clearly seemed a little sneaky. He didn't point it out and continued to wait patiently. A moment later, accompanied by a rustling sound, a figure appeared in front of Lu Ye's eyes. There was no doubt that it was a beauty. Her figure was slender and her face was beautiful. There was a meaningful smile on her face. She walked up to Lu Yi and stood 3 feet in front of him. She snorted, "You Lu? Or should I call you Lu Ye?" Lu Yi didn't mention the name Yi Lu in front of too many people. The number of people who knew his name was less than 5, and there was only one person who belonged to Wan Emo Ridge. Not long after Lu Yi arrived at the Cloud River battlefield, he teamed up with Shen Little Cat to guard a Grade C spiritual land. This was obviously not her real name, just as she knew from the beginning that Yi Lu was not Lu Ye's real name. The difference was that Shen Little Cat later knew about Lu Ye's background, but Lu Yi never knew about her. The familiar figure he saw at the crater of Blue Flame Mountain was Shen Little Cat. The two met in the Cloud River battlefield because of a spiritual land. They went through the secret realm of beasts together. After returning, the spring spirit of the spiritual land was plundered. Since then, they went their separate ways and never saw each other again. At that time, they were both in the Cloud River battlefield. Shen Little Cat's cultivation was several levels higher than Lu Ye's. Now that they were both in the true lake realm, Lu Ye's cultivation surpassed hers. "You see through, but don't say it out loud. It's boring if you call me that. On your side, I'm Yi Lu." Lu Yi responded indifferently, without much enthusiasm of an old acquaintance. Shen Little Cat didn't care. Her impression of Lu Yi was like this: "You've got guts to contact me. Aren't you afraid that I'll bring a group of people to encircle you? You might not know how big the bounty on your head is in Wan Emo Ridge. It's old news. I've been very honest recently and didn't do anything to the people of Wan Emo Ridge." "Is the bounty still there?" "He really didn't do anything recently. He just led the fire spirit race to Lonely Mountain City with Ingwuji, but Ingwuji was also involved in this. There's no reason to withdraw the bounty easily. Your head is precious." "Then did you bring people here?" Shin Little Cat curled her lips. You know the answer. Chapter 9:16. Lu Yi now had divine sense to rely on, although the range of his perception was not very large. If he investigated carefully, the wind and grass within a mile could not be hidden from him. Shin Kit-in did come alone this time and did not inform anyone. Speak, why are you looking for me? Shin Kitten asked. First of all, I want to thank you for last time. Stop! Shin Kitten took a few steps back like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She looked at Lu Yi vigilantly. What last time? There was no last time. Nothing happened last time. Their camps were hostile. Last time, a large number of cultivators gathered in Wan Mo Ridge to besiege the Huitian Valley spiritual land. She could not bear it and told Lu Yi, which was already against her position. Although Lu Yi did not leave in advance because of her tip-off and instead killed the Wan Mo Ridge, Shin Kitten really did not want to mention the past. If this matter was known by others, she would be accused of colluding with the enemy. Lu Yi understood tacitly and kept his mouth shut. You called me out just for this? Shin Kitten looked at Lu Yi speechlessly. Of course not. Then what do you want to do? Let me say this first. I will not do anything that will harm Wan Mo Ridge. Don't think you can force me to do anything. Public is public, private is private. We have to distinguish this point. Don't worry, I won't ask you to do anything difficult. I just want you to bring something to someone. Shin Kitten was puzzled. What do you want to bring? Who do you want to give it to? Lu Yi took out a voice transmission stone and threw it to Shin Kitten. Shin Kitten took it and looked at it curiously. However, there was no voice transmission stone in 9 states, so she could not tell what the thing in her hand was for. There is a person called Ingwuji in your lonely mountain pass. Bring this to him. Ingwuji? Shin Kitten was a little surprised. You know him? Listening to Lu Ye's tone, not only did the two know each other, but they also seemed to have some secrets. Otherwise, why would he ask her to pass something to him? Shin Kitten's curiosity was burning. She looked at Lu Yi and asked, What happened between you two? Ingwuji wouldn't be a spy for your Grand Heaven Alliance, right? Lu Yi said lightly, He is the core disciple of Sanluo Temple. Do you think such a person would be a spy of Grand Heaven Alliance? That's true. As for our relationship, if he's willing to tell you, you can ask him. Shin Kitten smiled. Are you so sure that I'll help you? I wasn't sure at first, but now that you're here, I'm sure. Shin Little Cat snorted, but before she could continue speaking, something flew towards her. She quickly took it and realized that it was a jade bottle. She didn't know what was inside. She couldn't help but snort coldly. In the end, I'm from Wan Mo Ridge and you're from Haotian Alliance. We shouldn't meet in private. I won't help you. I have my bottom line. Don't even think about bribing me. Soul cleansing water, Lu Yi said softly. What? The bottle contains 3 drops of soul cleansing water. Take it as your reward for helping me this time. You only need to give that item to Ingwuji. You don't need to do anything else. Shin Little Cat looked at Lu Yi in shock. She had an expression that said, Don't lie to me. Soul cleansing water was a treasure that even Spirit Sea Realm cultivators coveted. It was extremely rare. A true Lake Realm cultivator like her had no way to obtain it. She was now a true Lake Realm cultivator. Above that would be Spirit Sea. However, she knew her own aptitude. It would be very difficult for her to reach Spirit Sea in this lifetime. But if she had 3 drops of soul cleansing water in her hands, she suppressed the excitement in her heart and opened the bottle. Suddenly, a fragrance lingered at the tip of her nose. She felt refreshed. Shin Little Cat had never seen soul cleansing water before. She didn't know if the bottle contained soul cleansing water or not. But even if it wasn't soul cleansing water, it must be a treasure that was beneficial to the soul. She grabbed it and stuffed it into her plump chest. Bottom lines are meant to be broken. I'll definitely help you with this. Her face was full of righteousness. Ba yi Chinese network, she sighed in her heart. It wasn't that she wasn't firm, but Lu Yi had given her too much. Very good. Lu Yi nodded in satisfaction. But there's one more problem. Shin Little Cat looked troubled. Speak. You know that Ing Wuji. He comes from Sun Luo Hall and is a very arrogant person. He was fine before, but I don't know what troubles him recently, but he has been pulling a long face all day. I met him a few days ago and greeted him, but he ignored me. It's not a problem for me to give him the item. But what if he doesn't want it? If he dares to refuse, you can say something to him. What? Eternal jade blood. Shin Little Cat looked at him meaningfully. And say that Ing Wuji isn't a spy of your Grand Sky Alliance. She even had a secret signal. Lu Yi was too lazy to explain anything. After a while, Shin Little Cat left. Lu Yi also returned along the way. At the lonely mountain pass, Shin Little Cat returned with ease. Following the memory in her mind, she walked toward a group of buildings in the southeast corner. Ing Wuji's residence was there. Although her hair was long, she had her own judgment. No matter what Lu Yi asked her to do this time, it would harm the interests of one Mo Ridge. No matter what the relationship between Lu Yi and Ing Wuji was, she shouldn't pass on this message. Just as she said to Lu Yi, public was public, private was private. If she couldn't even distinguish this, then she shouldn't have cultivated for so many years. But the temptation of 3 drops of soul-cleansing water was too great. She could only agree. As for taking the things and not doing anything, it was impossible for her to keep the soul-cleansing water. No matter what, she had to be sure that Ing Wuji wasn't a spy of Grand Sky Alliance. If the two of them only had a simple personal relationship, then it was nothing. As long as Ing Wuji didn't do anything to harm the Wan Mo Ridge camp, then everything was fine. After making up her mind, before she reached the place, she saw Ing Wuji's figure in front of her. Shin Little Cat was overjoyed. She hurriedly greeted him and bowed. Senior Brother Ing. Ing Wuji looked like he had a lot on his mind. He subconsciously responded and was about to pass by. But unexpectedly, Shin Little Cat turned and blocked his way. What's the matter? Ing Wuji asked with a frown. If it was before, he wouldn't be so impatient with such a beautiful junior sister blocking his way. But recently, there were too many things on his mind. He wasn't in the mood to chat and joke with his beautiful junior sisters. Disregarding everything else, many people had died during the siege of Lonely Mountain City. Not a single one of the Cloud River tier cultivators that he had brought out to collect earth fire had survived. Others didn't know how the Fire Spirit tribe came to be, but he knew very well. Not only was he involved, but Lu Ye was also involved. But this matter couldn't be known to others. Otherwise, his future would be bleak. Moreover, after knowing that Lu Yi was in the Ash Flame Mountain Pass opposite, Ing Wuji knew that he couldn't stay in this place for long. Otherwise, he would be harmed by that calamity sooner or later. Disregarding everything else, many people had died during the siege of Lonely Mountain City. Not a single one of the Cloud River tier cultivators that he had brought out to collect earth fire had survived. Others didn't know how the Fire Spirit tribe came to be, but he knew very well. Not only was he involved, but Lu Ye was also involved. But this matter couldn't be known to others. Otherwise, his future would be bleak. Brother Shen. Shen Zhongqing walked on the road. When he met people he was familiar with, he would greet them or nod. But no matter who it was, everyone's face was expressionless. It was as if they were indifferent to everything. To this, Shen Zhongqing was already used to it, because this was the Demon Suppression Department, an organization that maintained the stability of the Great Qin Empire. Their main duty was to kill demons and monsters. Of course, they also had other side jobs. It could be said that, in the Demon Suppression Department, everyone's hands were stained with blood. When a person was used to life and death, then they would become indifferent to many things. When he first came to this world, Shen Zhongqing was a little uncomfortable. but as time passed, he got used to it. The demon suppression department was very big. Those who could stay in the demon suppression department were all powerful experts, or people who had the potential to become experts. Shen Zhongqing belonged to the latter. Among them, the demon suppression department was divided into two professions. One was the guardian, the other was the demon exorcist. Anyone who entered the demon suppression department would start from the lowest level, the demon exorcist. Then they would advance step by step and finally have a chance to become a guardian. Shan Zhongqing's previous life was a trainee demon exorcist in the demon suppression department. He was also the lowest level demon exorcist. He had the memories of his previous life. He was also very familiar with the environment of the demon suppression department. It didn't take long for Shin Zhongqing to stop in front of a pavilion. Different from the other places in the demon suppression department that were filled with killing intent, this pavilion was like a crane in a flock of chickens. In the demon suppression department that was filled with blood, it presented a different kind of tranquility. At this time, the pavilion's door was open. Occasionally, people would enter and leave. Shen Zhongqing only hesitated for a moment before stepping in. Entering the pavilion, the environment suddenly changed. A wave of ink, mixed with a faint smell of blood, hit his face. His brows instinctively furrowed, but they quickly smoothed out. The smell of blood on everyone in the demon suppression department was almost impossible to wash clean. Chapter 9:17. After swearing the divine secret oath, Ingwuji proved his innocence. He turned around and stared at Shin Kitten. "It's your turn." Shin Kitten felt a headache coming on. She also swore the divine secret oath. After a while, the two of them looked at each other. They were both sure that they were not spies of the Haotian alliance. They just had some contact with Lu Yi for some reason. Ingwuji's face was cold. "I don't care what kind of contact you have with that person, but since you call me senior brother, I have to advise you not to contact him in any way. If you get involved with that person, you won't have a good ending." He looked like an experienced person who had been poisoned. This made Shin Kitten even more curious. "What happened between you and him?" "Don't ask. I don't want to say. That's all I have to say. You're on your own. Please." He was going to ask her to leave. Shin Kitten sighed. She could only say slowly, "Eternal jade blood!" "Elixir heart for 10,000 years," Ingwuji said subconsciously. In the room, the two of them looked at each other. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. "Senior brother Ing, this thing." Shin Kitten broke the awkward silence. "Give it to me." Ingwuji reached out his hand as if he had accepted his fate. That guy Lu Ye was clearly warning him. The attack and defense of Lonely Mountain City last time was a sore point. He couldn't easily tell others about it. That guy's attitude was already very obvious. If he dared to refuse, he would definitely leak the matter to the Wan Mo Ridge. Then his life would not be easy. No matter what, the Wan Mo Ridge suffered a lot in that battle. After receiving the voice transmission stone, Ingwuji's hand trembled as if it was scalded. Only then did he look at Shin Kitten seriously. "You'd better forget about what happened today. Also, remember my advice. Don't contact that person in any way in the future. Otherwise what?" Shan Kitten looked at him curiously. Ingwuji's interest waned. He waved his hand and had no desire to speak. What else could he do? He would end up like that. Shin Kitten left. He didn't know if she had listened to his warning. Holding the voice transmission stone in his hand, Ingwuji's expression changed. He thought that as long as he hid in Lonely Mountain City, Lu Ye wouldn't be able to get involved with him. Who knew that he had such a method to ask someone to pass a voice transmission stone to him? After sitting for a long time, Ingwuji gritted his teeth, poured his spirit energy into the sound transmission stone, and asked through gritted teeth, "What are you doing?" Outside Ashflame Mountain Pass, Lu Yi, who was patrolling the area with Yi and Hupa, suddenly had a thought. She took out another sound transmission stone and secretly sighed at how efficient Shin Little Cat was. They had only been apart for half a day, and the item was already in Ing Wuji's hands. He really didn't trust the wrong person. 2 days later, 300 li northeast of Lonely Mountain City. And don't be late. When Ing Wuji wanted to contact Lu Yi again, he found that the resonance of the voice transmission stone in his hand had disappeared. In other words, the other voice transmission stone had been put into Lu Ye's storage bag. Die! Venting his anger, Ing Wuji roared at the voice transmission stone and stood up with an ashen face. Lu Ye, that bastard, was going too far. He inexplicably gave him a time and a place. Did he really think that Ing Wuji would be so easily bullied? I won't go this time. What can you do to me? Inside Lonely Mountain, after Lu Yi contacted Ing Wuji, he went to Thought Moon Immortal's bamboo house. As for Ing Wuji's reaction, it was easy to guess. He wasn't worried that Ing Wuji wouldn't go. He now had something on Ing Wuji. If Ing Wuji didn't go, he would immediately go to Lonely Mountain City in the same disguise as last time and take off his mask in front of all the cultivators of Myriad Demon Ridge. At that time, Ing Wuji would be in trouble. Sir, this humble servant has something to report. Lu Yi bowed at the foot of the bamboo house. What is it? Thought Moon Immortal's voice came from behind. Lu Yi turned his head and saw Thought Moon Immortal sitting on a tree trunk, looking down at him. The corners of his eyes twitched. He realized that this mountain pass master didn't live in the bamboo house most of the time. Perhaps she was used to living in the open for so many years and would often appear on the trunk of a large tree. Sir, this humble servant has found a guide to Li Plains. Perhaps he will be of some use. A guide? Thought Moon Immortal didn't understand. The journey to Li Plains is not short. Even if Sir has the means to conceal himself, we are going deep into the heart of Myriad Demon Ridge. There is a great risk of being exposed. But what if we have someone from Myriad Demon Ridge accompanying us? If we are interrogated, let him deal with it. Sir, and I will be able to easily slip through. Thought Moon Immortal immediately understood what he meant. Originally, if she wanted to take Lu Yi to Li Plains, it would be impossible to fly there openly. This was because Li Plains was on the border between the War Province and the Cloud Province. As a famous divine sea cultivator, if she really flew there, her whereabouts would be easily exposed. Therefore, if she really wanted to go to Li Plains, she could only rely on the ability of a ghost cultivator to sneak there. But in this way, her speed would not be fast. But if she really did, as Lu Yi said, and found a cultivator from Myriad Demon Ridge to accompany them, things would be much easier if they were interrogated and let the other party deal with it. At the very least, she could fly there openly without worrying too much. But you can find such a person? I already have a candidate and have an agreement with him. Thought Moon Immortal was surprised. She didn't know that Lu Yi had such an ability. Is he a trustworthy person? Thought Moon Immortal asked, worriedly. No, but I have some information on him. I don't think he will dare to have any bad intentions. That's good, but you still have to be careful. When the time comes, I will handle everything. Sir, you only need to lead the way. You don't have to communicate with him. This way, it would be convenient for Thought Moon Immortal to hide. Thought Moon Immortal nodded. Even so, there's still a problem. Although I can wear a mask to hide my appearance, it's not easy to hide my cultivation. The person you are looking for might be able to detect my identity because of this. You don't have to worry about that. Sir, please move. Lu Yi gestured with his hand. Thought Moon Immortal understood and lightly floated down from the tree trunk. Lu Yi raised his hand and stepped forward. Excuse me. Under Thought Moon Immortal's surprised gaze, he pressed a hand on her lower abdomen. In the next instant, spiritual energy surged. Thought Moon Immortal clearly sensed that there was an additional spirit pattern on her body. After seeing Lu Yi use the Rainbow Phoenix's flight together, Thought Moon Immortal couldn't help but be curious about the use of this spirit pattern. What is this? Imitation of power, Lu Yi explained. Do you still remember when Yi and Hoopa came from afar with the pressure of a spirit sea realm cultivator and scared off Wan Zhonggang and the others? That is the effect of this spirit pattern. This spirit pattern can not only simulate the pressure of someone with a higher cultivation, but also the spiritual energy fluctuations of someone with a lower cultivation. Sir, you can try it out, but please be careful when you push your spiritual energy. After all, this is a spirit pattern I added to your body. If the spiritual energy fluctuations are too great, there is a possibility that the spirit pattern will fail. At that time, Sir's true cultivation will be exposed. Thought Moon Immortal understood and tried to stimulate the effect of the spirit pattern. The aura on her body began to change constantly. As a spirit sea realm cultivator, she quickly figured out the mysteries of the spirit pattern. A moment later, the spiritual energy fluctuations on her body stopped at the level of a first-order, true lake realm cultivator, even lower than Lu Ye's current level. This was already the limit. It would be impossible for her to go any lower. With a push of her spiritual energy, she dispersed the spirit pattern. Thought Moon Immortal smiled at Lu Yi. You are very thorough. I'll do as you say. This smile made the world lose its color. It was also the first time Lu Yi saw Thought Moon Immortal smile. His gaze lingered on her face for a moment before he looked away. As long as Sir is satisfied, if there are no other instructions, this humble one will take his leave. Go. Looking at Lu Ye's departing back, Thought Moon Immortal's long-lost figure once again appeared in her mind. In the end, they were not the same. That person did things as he pleased, but Lu Yi had a feeling of planning before taking action. She raised her hand and touched the place on her lower abdomen where she had just been touched. Thought Moon Immortal had a complicated look on her face. Speaking of which, in all these years, no one had ever done such a rude thing to her. If it had been someone else, she would have slapped them. How could a woman's lower abdomen be touched so casually? Even if it was through her clothes, it was still not allowed. But the two of them had already done some intimate things before. During the battle against Wan Zhonggang, their fingers were still interlocked. Touching her lower abdomen didn't seem to be a big deal. In the future, there would definitely be times when she needed to borrow strength. In these 2 days, Lu Yi did not cultivate. Instead, he spent most of his time imprinting the origin of the dragon's soaring realm. Occasionally, he would enter the Mirage realm to hone his blade skills. 2 days later, Lu Yi had just walked out of the bamboo building when Thought Moon Immortal appeared in front of him. They looked at each other, and Thought Moon Immortal nodded slightly. She urged her spiritual energy to wrap around Lu Yi and soared into the sky. Sir, if we leave like this, there will be no one left to guard the mountain pass. Is it okay? Lu Yi asked. If Wan Mo Ridge wants Ashen Flame Mountain Pass, just take it. White Jade City and Clear Moon Cave can't wait for Wan Mo Ridge to take action. This way, they will have a reason to send troops. White Jade City Pass and Clear Moon Cave Pass were the left and right neighbors of Ashen Flame Mountain Pass. The former, like Ashen Flame Mountain Pass, belonged to Great Moon Pass, while the latter belonged to Small Moon Pass. Lu Yi had previously received a task to buy wine and had even made a trip to White Jade City Pass. However, he had come and gone in a hurry and did not have the chance to experience the local customs there. Over the years, the front line where the 3 major mountain passes were located did not have a fierce battle. The cultivators of White Jade City Pass and Clear Moon Cave Pass did not have the opportunity to gain military merits. Therefore, if Lonely Mountain City really dared to take action, the cultivators of these 2 major mountain passes would definitely be overjoyed. Chapter 918. Speaking of which, before Lu Yi came to Ashen Flame Mountain Pass, there would often be no one guarding it. Because Thought Moon Immortal couldn't stay here forever, she would go to Lonely Mountain City every few days and at that time, Ash and Flame Mountain Pass was also empty. So, no matter what, the possibility of Ash and Flame Mountain Pass being captured was not high, unless Myriad Demon Ridge was preparing to launch a large-scale attack. Lu Yi hurried along. Half an hour later, Lu Yi focused his vision and looked ahead. "Sir, we're almost there. I'll contact that person later. Sir doesn't need to say anything." "Good." Thought Moon Immortal nodded and flew down. Lu Yi left a pseudo-prestige spirit inscription on her body to conceal her spirit sea realm aura. "Sir, do you have the face to agree?" Lu Yi asked. Aura could be concealed with pseudo-prestige, but appearance could only be concealed with a face mask. Of course, it would be better if Thought Moon Immortal had a treasure that could disguise her appearance. "I do." Thought Moon Immortal nodded. How could one not have a face mask when traveling outside? It was a must-have for sneaking around. In the Heavenly Secret Treasure House and Heavenly Secret Yen, the best-selling items were spirit pills and spirit artifacts. In addition, the sales of face masks were also high all year round. "Then, Sir will act according to the circumstances," Lu Yi instructed before turning around and heading to the agreed-upon location. After Lu Yi left, Thought Moon Immortal flipped her palm, and a face mask that looked quite old appeared on her hand. Looking at this face mask, some distant memories inevitably appeared in her mind. She had once worn this face mask and done many things that no one knew about. As if recalling something interesting, the corners of Thought Moon Immortal's mouth curled up slightly. 300 kilometers northeast of Lonely Mountain City. Lu Yi, who was wearing a face mask, appeared here without any intention of deliberately hiding his whereabouts. However, in terms of cultivation, he revealed that he was only a first-order, true lake realm cultivator. Obviously, he had also activated the pseudo-prestige spirit inscription. Although this spirit inscription couldn't provide any help in battle, it had one advantage, which was that it didn't consume much spirit chi to maintain it. Lu Yi only disguised his cultivation from third order to first order, so the cost of maintaining this spirit inscription was nothing to him. The main reason was that breaking through 2 minor realms in such a short period of time was a bit too shocking. In order to avoid scaring Ingwuji, it was best to restrain himself a bit. The terrain of this place was a forest, and it was not dense. Lu Yi flashed and stood on the crown of a large tree. His gaze swept around, but he did not find Ingwuji's figure. In such a situation, either Ingwuji didn't come, or he came and hid. Lu Yi felt that it was most likely the latter. He stealthily activated his divine sense and scanned his surroundings. However, he did not discover anything. He wasn't in a hurry, so he just stood there and waited. If Ingwuji really came, then he must have discovered him. Sure enough, after about the time it would take to make a cup of tea, when Lu Yi once again used his divine sense to investigate, he found that there was a new life force about 1,000 meters away from him. Ingwuji had suffered a big loss under Lu Ye's hands before, so he knew that Lu Ye's perception was much stronger compared to ordinary cultivators. As such, he did not dare to get too close to Lu Yi. In his opinion, a distance of 1,000 feet was already very safe. There was no way that Lu Ye could discover him. He did not even dare to look at Lu Ye's location, lest his gaze arouse Lu Ye's vigilance. So he just lay there quietly. He had thought of completely ignoring Lu Yi because he knew that no matter what Lu Yi wanted to do, nothing good would come out of it. However, he was also afraid that Lu Yi would run to Lonely Mountain City and spread rumors. If that happened, he would not be able to clear his name. It was with such complicated feelings that he rushed here at the appointed time. He had already made up his mind that no matter what Lu Ye wanted him to do, he would decisively refuse and draw a clear line between them, never coming into contact with him again. After making up his mind, Ingwuji immediately relaxed. However, he suddenly saw Lu Ye's figure move, flying towards him, and then he landed 10 meters away from him, his gaze fixed in his direction. Exposed? Impossible. Ingwuji's heart was in turmoil. Although he did not want to admit it, the place Lu Yi was looking at was indeed where he was hiding. How could he have been exposed? He had not been exposed. This was just a coincidence. Just as he was thinking this, Lu Yi suddenly said, "Let's go!" After 3 breaths, Ingwuji undid his concealment and revealed himself, saying decisively, "Lu Yi, I'm not here to promise you anything. I'm just here to tell you something. You won't have to do anything difficult on this trip. This is for you. You might need it in the future." "What is it?" Ingwuji took it and asked subconsciously, but he quickly reacted. "I'm talking to you, did you hear me? 3 drops of soul-cleansing water!" Ingwuji instantly fell silent, almost suspecting that he had misheard. After meeting Lu Ye's serious gaze and confirming that he had not misheard, he hurriedly opened the jade bottle Lu Yi had just given him and carefully examined it. His face was filled with shock. It really was soul-cleansing water. Although he had never seen real soul-cleansing water, he had at least heard of this divine item from his elders. He had heard all kinds of rumors, and the item in his hand was perfectly matched. "Take it as your reward for this trip," Lu Yi added, just as he said to Qian Wudong, "If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it." He could easily guess what kind of attitude Ingwuji had towards him. If he wanted Ingwuji to sincerely work for him, a simple threat would be meaningless. A stick and a date would be the best strategy. He could give Shinkitten 3 drops of soul-cleansing water, so what was Ingwuji worth? After a moment of silence, Ingwuji had already made a decision. He put away the soul-cleansing water in the jade bottle and waved to Lu Yi. "Let's go." There was Shinkitten before, and now there was Ingwuji. Soul-cleansing water was indeed a treasure to buy people's hearts. Lu Yi, however, stood still. "Is there anything else?" Ingwuji asked, puzzled. "Don't you need to take a leave?" Lu Yi asked. Ingwuji's expression was embarrassed. "I've already taken a leave, but let me make it clear to you first. This time, I don't care what you do, but if you cross my bottom line, I will withdraw at any time. Also, I'm not helping you this time because of the soul-cleansing water. No matter what, you saved my life on the unparalleled continent more than once. Although I, Ingwuji, am a ghost cultivator, I am a person who knows how to repay kindness." He spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. Lu Yi couldn't help but nod. Then he raised his hand and tapped on his battlefield imprint. With a flick of his finger, a dot of blue light floated in Ingwuji's direction. Ingwuji immediately covered his battlefield imprint vigilantly. What do you want to do?" "Add an imprint so that you can continue to repay kindness in the future." Ingwuji's expression turned bitter. Previously, the 2 of them didn't add each other's imprint. So when Lu Yi wanted to find him, he had to let Shinkitten be the middleman to pass the message. But if he added an imprint, then Lu Yi could find him any time and anywhere in the future. This kind of thing Ingwuji was about to refuse when he saw Lu Ye's fingers rubbing the hilt of his sword. This guy wants to stab me again. Since he was inferior, Ingwuji could only let go of the back of his hand and let the dot of blue light float into his battlefield imprint. Lu Yi tried to send a message to Ingwuji. After confirming that the imprint was successfully added, he called out, "Let's go." Ingwuji followed with heavy steps. A moment later, Ingwuji, who was following beside Lu Yi, looked ahead and saw Thought Moon Immortal wearing a mask. He couldn't help but frown. Why is there someone else? Who is she? Following Lu Yi wasn't something to be proud of. If possible, he didn't want a third person to know. Who would have thought that there was someone else waiting here, and it was a female cultivator? This question stumped Lu Yi. He hadn't thought about how to address Thought Moon Immortal in front of Ingwuji, or how to introduce the relationship between the 2. Just as he was about to warn Ingwuji not to ask what he shouldn't ask, Thought Moon Immortal had already taken the initiative to greet him. She called out crisply, "Senior Apprentice Brother." Lu Ye's body swayed, and he almost fell from the sky. Ingwuji quickly caught him. He was puzzled. "What's wrong with you?" "There's been some hiccups in my cultivation recently." Lu Yi explained. Senior apprentice brother? He didn't expect Thought Moon Immortal to address him like that. And that tone, it wasn't the tone that Thought Moon Immortal should have. After so many days in Ash Flame Mountain Pass, his impression of Thought Moon Immortal had always been cold as ice and a woman of few words. She shouldn't be calling someone senior apprentice brother in such a crisp, sweet, and lively manner. When she got closer, her fragrance assailed his nostrils. Thought Moon Immortal's gaze swept past Ingwuji. She said, Senior apprentice brother, this is the powerful friend you mentioned. As expected, his temperament is extraordinary. Oh, that's him. Lu Yi was extremely uncomfortable. If he hadn't been sure that Thought Moon Immortal would be waiting for him here, he would have doubted whether this person before him was really Thought Moon Immortal. Not only did her tone turn devilishly sweet, but Lu Yi could also see the curved eyes under Thought Moon Immortal's mask. She was even smiling as she spoke. Ingwuji was flattered. He didn't expect Lu Yi to think of him like this behind his back. He immediately straightened his chest, cupped his fists, and said, Ingwuji. Although he couldn't see the appearance of the woman before him, just from her voice and figure, she was definitely a rare beauty. The praise of a beauty always made people happy. Some of his dissatisfaction with Lu Yi also dissipated instantly. However, this woman looked very intimate with Lu Yi. Their relationship should be quite close. She might even be Lu Yi's woman, the so-called friend's wife. Also, he and Lu Yi didn't seem to have reached the level of friends. But no matter what, he didn't have any inappropriate thoughts about the woman before him. After all, she was from Grand Heaven Alliance. Greetings, Senior Apprentice Brothering. Thought Moon Immortal bowed. Senior Apprentice Brothering. Just call me Water Immortal. Junior Apprentice Sister Water Immortal. You really live up to your name. He turned to look at Lu Yi. Lu, brother, you're really lucky. Lu Yi forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Chapter 919. Lu Yi, you have to disguise yourself a little. After all, your appearance is famous here. It's best if you pretend to be Fierce Bull. Ingwuji reminded. Nian Yu Xian couldn't help but be suspicious. Fierce Bull. Lu Yi explained, I have another identity. Nian Yu Immortal understood and smiled. Who didn't have another identity outside? Just like her name, Nian Yu Xian, Lu Yi also had a time when he would turn into Fierce Bull. Following the advice, he put away the Pan Mountain saber. However, with the scarlet dragon battle robe and Lu Yi's figure, he didn't look like a spell cultivator, but it was fine. Not all spell cultivators in the 9 provinces had large sleeves and wide robes. There were always some who wore clothes similar to the scarlet dragon battle robe. There wasn't much to prepare. Ingwuji asked, Where are we going? He had already thought it through. Since he couldn't resist, he could only cooperate. Moreover, he had already obtained 3 drops of soul-cleansing water. Li Plains. Lu Yi reported the destination. Ingwuji frowned. That's not near. He was secretly surprised. These two were too bold. They actually wanted to go deep into Li Plains. No wonder they needed to rope him in. Clearly, they wanted to use his identity as a Wanma Ridge cultivator to clear the obstacles on their way. The Li Plains was vast and boundless, but because the environment wasn't very good, there weren't any sects from the myriad Devil Ridge that had established themselves there. From the looks of it, Lu Yi wasn't going to cause trouble for anyone. This made things much easier. Then let's go. But first, you two have to listen to my instructions. Don't do anything extreme. Otherwise, I'll risk my life to leak your information. Don't worry, we should be the ones worrying. Ingwuji thought about it and agreed. He took out his flying spirit artifact and landed on it. Lu Yi also took out his spirit artifact. However, before he could fly up, Nian Yu Xian had already sat on it. Lu Yi was startled. Considering that Nian Yu Xian wasn't in a good condition to use her spirit energy, he let her be. After a while, the 2 spirit artifacts turned into streams of light and soared into the sky, flying straight in the direction of Li Plains. After traveling for a few hundred miles, they were already considered to have entered the sphere of influence of Wanmar Ridge. Soon, they encountered a patrol team from Wanmar Ridge. "I'll talk to the patrol of Lonely Mountain City. Don't do anything rash," Ing Wu Ji said in a low voice and stepped forward. Lu Yi controlled the spirit boat to stop where it was, his fingers gently stroking the boat. Seated in front of him, Thought Moon Immortal's beautiful eyes were also staring at Ing Wu Ji's back. The moment she sensed that something was wrong, she would strike like lightning. Not far ahead, Ing Wu Ji exchanged a few words with the patrol team, and the patrol team left. "Let's go," Ing Wu Ji said. Lu Yi steered the spirit boat to follow. Continue forward. Along the way, they occasionally encountered teams patrolling the nearby passes, but Ing Wu Ji was there to take care of them. Their journey was smooth. "This guide is rather reliable. Senior apprentice brother, do you have any information on him?" Thought Moon Immortal turned to look at Lu Yi. Because she was sitting and Lu Yi was standing, Thought Moon Immortal's body was tilted and her head was raised. Coupled with her crisp words, she looked rather cute and playful. Lu Yi, on the other hand, felt a prickling sensation on his back. He said in a low voice, "My lord, what's wrong with this woman? Why does it feel like she's a completely different person when she's wearing a mask? What are you talking about?" The guide this time is Senior Apprentice Brother Fierce Bull. "I am Junior Apprentice Sister Water Immortal." Under the mask, Thought Moon Immortal glared at Lu Yi. Extremely charming. "If you say so, then so be it." Lu Yi was helpless. Ing Wu Ji was so cooperative. Firstly, it was because of the 3 drops of soul-cleansing water. Secondly, as he said, Lu Yi had saved his life twice in the Wushuang continent. Ing Wu Ji came from a top sect, after all. How could he be an ungrateful person? But strictly speaking, he judged that Lu Yi probably wouldn't do anything to harm the Myriad Devil Ridge. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so cooperative. After passing through a few checkpoints, the number of Myriad Devil Ridge patrol teams decreased. After all, they were already deep into the Myriad Devil Ridge's territory in the War Province. As night fell, the 3 of them found a place to rest. Ing Wu Ji started a fire and roasted the beast meat. Lu Yi set up an alert and defensive array nearby. When he returned, he found that Thought Moon Immortal had already started eating. Because it wasn't convenient to take off the mask, she only lifted it slightly when eating. But the speed of eating was not slow at all. Furthermore, he didn't know what Ing Wu Ji had said to her, but she was actually laughing nonstop. When Lu Yi saw this scene, he couldn't help but be on tenterhooks for Ing Wu Ji. He was afraid that he would say something he shouldn't and be killed by Thought Moon Immortal. "Senior Martial Brother, here you go." Thought Moon Immortal handed a piece of roasted beast meat to Lu Yi. Although he had heard her call him Senior Martial Brother many times along the way and told him to get used to her disguise, Lu Yi still stiffened when he took the meat. "Senior Martial Brother, so many interesting things have happened between the 2 of you. Why haven't I heard you mention it before?" Ing Wu Ji said angrily, "How is it interesting? It's obvious that he's been bullying me. Then why didn't you resist?" Thought Moon Immortal tilted her head and looked at Ing Wu Ji innocently. Ing Wu Ji looked embarrassed. "I can't beat him." Thought Moon Immortal patted Ing Wu Ji's shoulder and said earnestly, "Then you have to cultivate well. Try to defeat my Senior Martial Brother as soon as possible and vent your grievances." Ing Wu Ji was very touched. He finally met someone who understood his difficulties. And it was a female cultivator. Damn it. Why does Lu Yi get all the good things in the world? Why don't I have such an understanding junior martial sister? At night, the 2 of them took turns keeping watch. They would continue their journey at dawn. With 10,000 Demon Ridge's guidance and Ing Wu Ji, a core disciple of the Sanluo Hall in the War Province, the journey was peaceful. Occasionally, they would encounter 1 or 2 Wanma Ridge cultivators flying around, but Ing Wu Ji would deal with them. This method was much more efficient and safer than Thought Moon Immortal's original plan of sneaking in with Lu Yi. Time flew by, and 3 days later, a vast plain appeared in their field of vision. They had arrived at Li Plains. The entire Li Plains was extremely large. However, because it was barren and had no minerals or other cultivation resources, no sect had been established here since ancient times. From the 10,000 Demon Ridges map, the area occupied by Li Plains was almost 10% of the Wanma Ridges territory in the War Province. The wind blew and the grass fell. The three of them jumped and looked ahead. The atmosphere was inexplicably heavy. Ing Wuji said, "I'm guessing that you won't allow me to leave now. Keep up." Lu Yi could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him. She steered the spirit boat forward. Ing Wuji sighed and could only accept his fate. Although he had arrived at Li Plains, he also knew that Lu Ye would not let him go so easily. He also did not know what Lu Ye and his junior sister wanted to do. But if he let him go at this time, there would be the risk of information being leaked. Moreover, they might encounter more Wanma Ridge cultivators on the road ahead. At that time, there would be trouble for him to deal with. As they continued forward, Lu Yi soon discovered some abnormalities below. She frowned and said there was a great battle here. Along the way, there were many traces of a great battle. Moreover, those traces seemed to have been left behind for quite some time. The traces of a great battle covered an extremely large area. If there really was a great battle here, it definitely would not have been a small one. I've never heard of the great battle of Li Plains 38 years ago. Ing Wuji glanced curiously at Lu Yi, as if wondering why he had never heard of it. Lu Yi shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. You're a disciple of the Blue Blood sect, so how could you not know? What does that have to do with whether or not I'm a disciple of the Blue Blood sect? Lu Yi frowned, faintly having some guesses. Because the Plains of Li is the burial place of your famous eldest senior brother. Back then, millions of cultivators from the two great factions fought a bitter battle here. Ing Wuji spoke tirelessly. Lu Yi listened quietly, looking down at Thought Moon Immortal sitting in front of him. No wonder Thought Moon Immortal had been so quiet ever since they entered Li Plains. You should know that the War Province originally fell completely under the control of your Grand Heaven Alliance, but after the Great Battle of Li Plains, half of the War Province fell into the hands of the 10,000 Devil Ridge. If it weren't for your Grand Heaven Alliance establishing a defensive line in time, the entire War Province would have fallen under the control of the myriad Devil Ridge. Your Grand Heaven Alliance would have nothing to do with it. This was the first time Lu Yi had heard of this. No one had ever mentioned this to him before. The main reason was that the only people above him in the Blue Blood sect were the sect leader and senior martial sister Shui Yuan. Normally, aside from cultivating, Lu Yi spent most of his time not in the Blue Blood sect. When he occasionally returned, the sect leader was always elusive. Shui Yuan only cared about whether he was doing well and whether he had encountered any danger. Who would tell him these things that had already passed? According to Shui Yuan, there was a relationship between Thought Moon Immortal and his eldest senior martial brother. It seemed that Thought Moon Immortal had once served under his eldest senior martial brother. If that was the case, Thought Moon Immortal must have been present during the Great Battle of Li Plains. Now that she was revisiting this place, she clearly remembered some things. Lu Yi had never asked why she had come to Li Plains this time, but now it seemed that it was very likely related to what had happened in the past. Could it be that his eldest senior martial brother had left some treasure behind in Li Plains? That shouldn't be the case. If that was the case, Thought Moon Immortal would have taken it away long ago. Why would she wait until today? She wanted to use his strength to achieve her goal, which meant that she couldn't do it herself. There had to be some risk involved. Fortunately, he had already entered Li Plains, so he would soon know what Thought Moon Immortal wanted to do. Although she had remained silent, she was secretly urging her spiritual chi to change the direction of the spirit boat at a critical moment. She was clearly looking for something. For hours later, a black line visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared in front of him. As he got closer, Lu Yi discovered that it wasn't a black line at all, but a bottomless chasm that stretched across Li Plains. It was like a natural chasm that divided Li Plains into two. Chapter 920. The One-Line Sky. Looking at the bottomless ravine, Wu Ji raised his eyebrows. "Is this your destination?" "Is there a problem?" Lu Yi asked. Although he wasn't sure if this place was their destination, it seemed very likely that it was. "No problem." Wu Ji shook his head. The one-line sky of Liyuan was very famous in the myriad Devil Ridge. No one knew how this huge and continuous ravine had appeared, but it contained many opportunities. Some people had found treasures left behind by powerful seniors in this ravine, and some people had found extremely precious minerals and collected precious spirit flowers and herbs. However, no matter how many opportunities there were, after so many years, they had all been found. The one-line sky of today was just a bit special, and no one had come here to waste time. The spirit boat flew along the edge of the one-line sky, and when it reached a certain place, the silent thought moon immortal suddenly said, "Go down." Lu Yi hurriedly changed direction and steered the spirit boat into the depths of the one-line sky, with Wu Ji following closely behind. At this time, he was also very curious about Lu Ye's purpose. Even if he was driven away now, he didn't want to leave. He couldn't figure out why Lu Yi had come here with such a clear purpose. They continued to go down, and after an unknown period of time, when they looked up again, there was only a ray of light above their heads. It was truly the one-line sky. At this point, Lu Yi could already vaguely sense the existence of a magnetic field, because his spirit energy was faintly being suppressed. The magnetic field wasn't something that only existed in magnetic but also deep underground, and it was very common. To Yi, the magnetic field was extremely frightening, so even if she had the ability to burrow through the ground, she wouldn't easily burrow too deep underground. If she was disturbed by the magnetic field, her spirit body would inevitably be damaged, and if the situation was serious, it was very likely that she wouldn't be able to maintain her spirit body and would disappear. Therefore, when burrowing through the ground, Yi was always a bit careful. The light around them was dim, but it didn't affect their vision. It wasn't until a certain moment that Thought Moon Immortal suddenly jumped up from the spirit boat and landed in a concave stone pit. Lu Yi and Wu Ji followed closely behind. Wu Ji frowned because he suddenly realized that Lu Yi didn't seem to be in charge of this trip, but the female cultivator called Shui Xian. Standing in the sunken stone pit, Thought Moon Immortal raised her hand to touch the stone beside her. Looking at the back of the woman in front of him, Wu Ji suddenly felt that she looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. He couldn't help but recall the scene he saw from afar on the day of the siege of Lonely Mountain City. That was the battlefield of the Spirit Sea Realm warriors. The figure that escaped from the Lonely Mountain City that day was so similar to the one in front of him. A terrifying thought popped up in his mind. He involuntarily gulped and stiffly turned his head, just in time to see Lu Yi looking at him meaningfully, her eyes full of mischief and ridicule. Wu Ji instantly understood. He wasn't wrong. The woman in front of him wasn't Junior's sister, Water Deity. She really was that person. She was the woman that even a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator like the Mountain Pass Master was afraid of. Thinking back on everything that had happened along the way, Wu Ji was on the verge of tears. He thought that nothing good would come out of getting involved with Lu Yi. Who would have thought that he would be involved in even bigger trouble? His legs and stomach were shaking, and his entire body was weak. Wu Ji wished he could pass out right now, but what made him angry was that the feeling of terror lingered around him, making him more awake than ever. Thought Moon Immortal removed her disguise and even took off her mask. She pretended before because she was afraid that her identity would be exposed, and also because she didn't want to put too much pressure on Wu Ji. Now that they were here, there was no need to keep up the disguise. No matter what, she would be exposed later. Lu Yi silently took off her mask as well. She took out the mountain pan saber from her storage space and held it in her hand. Don't do anything rash. Ingwuji was shocked. For some reason, he had a feeling that Lu Ye was going to kill him. Lu Ye ignored him and only asked Thought Moon Immortal, "My lord, what should we do?" Thought Moon Immortal didn't even turn her head. She said indifferently, "Don't leave me by more than 10 feet." The conversation between the two was unclear, but Ingwuji understood. He hurriedly nodded his head, like a chicken pecking rice. "I definitely won't leave. Senior, don't worry. This junior still cherishes his own life." He turned his head and looked at Lu Yi with resentment. His expression seemed to say, "You've screwed me over." As expected, those 3 drops of soul-cleansing water were not so easy to obtain. If he had known that there would be such a divine ocean realm cultivator on this trip, forget 3 drops, even 30 drops, he would have considered it. But no matter what, at this moment, Ingwuji felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. In front of him, Thought Moon Immortal had already activated her spiritual power. She raised her hand, and the array flags hidden in the surroundings were drawn into her hand. Shockingly, she had already set up many formations here. The arrays set up by a divine ocean realm cultivator were naturally exquisite. This was also the reason why this place had remained a secret for so many years. Although there were not many people who came to One Line Sky to search for treasures and opportunities, there were still people who came. If there was no array concealment, the opportunities here would not have been preserved until now. When Thought Moon Immortal unlocked the array, the stone wall in front of her suddenly trembled. Then a large stone wall slid to the side, revealing an inner passage. Thought Moon Immortal turned her head and stretched out her hand to Lu Yi. Lu Yi understood. When she unsheathed her Panshan saber, the saber light flashed, and blood spurted out from her palms at the same time. Ingwuji was dumbfounded. He didn't know what Lu Yi was trying to do, but something that made him even more dumbfounded soon happened, because he saw that Lu Yi actually grabbed Thought Moon Immortal's jade hand. Not only did she grab it, but their fingers were also intertwined. At this moment, Ingwuji's eyes almost popped out. Deep in his heart, he admired Lu Yi to the extreme. The woman in front of him was an existence that even Wan Zhonggang had a headache and was afraid of. Her appearance was even more beautiful. It could be said that such a woman was rare in the entire 9 regions. The number of people who could match her could be counted on one's fingers. "My lord, please do as you wish. I will take care of myself. How about letting him explore the way ahead?" Lu Yi suggested again. "Lu Yi." Ingwuji recovered from his stupor and flew into a rage. "Are you still human?" Only God knew what kind of danger was ahead. How could it be an ordinary danger that could make a powerhouse like Thought Moon Immortal feel as if she was facing a great enemy? This guy was simply bad. He actually wanted to explore the way himself. Fortunately, Thought Moon Immortal quickly said he can't. With his cultivation base, he can't hold on for more than 3 breaths. Ingwuji immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Being weak also had its advantages. "Let's go." Thought Moon Immortal took a deep breath, and her plump chest rose high. Then, her figure swayed and stepped into the dark passage. Lu Yi completely relaxed his body and mind, letting her do whatever she wanted. Naturally, he was also taken in. At the same time, he didn't forget to tell Ingwuji, "Keep up." Ingwuji cursed Lu Yi in his heart, but he could only obediently do as he was told. At this time, he didn't dare to act rashly. Thought Moon Immortal was right in front of him. Even if he wanted to escape, he had to have the ability to do so. However, Lu Yi was holding the hand of a woman who even ordinary divine sea realm cultivators would feel ashamed of their inferiority. How audacious! What puzzled Ingwuji even more was that Thought Moon Immortal seemed to be the one who took the initiative. Were all the seniors nowadays so bold? These two, what was their relationship? Before he could figure it out, Thought Moon Immortal lifted their hands, turned around, and pressed herself against Lu Ye's chest. Even more intimate, Ingwuji was already numb. Apart from his shock, he was also envious of Lu Ye's luck with women. At this moment, Lu Yi and Thought Moon Immortal's posture was the same as when they fought against Wanzhonggang. At first glance, it looked as if Lu Yi was hugging Thought Moon Immortal. Lu Ye's right hand was clasping Thought Moon Immortal's left hand and pressed against her lower abdomen. However, he knew that Thought Moon Immortal was protecting him. There must be some danger ahead, so Thought Moon Immortal was blocking his path. Don't think too much. Thought Moon Immortal's voice was soft and trembling. In such a posture, she could clearly feel Lu Ye's scorching breath. Her neck was itchy and her ears were hot, I know. Lu Yi took a deep breath and calmed his mind. TCH. Suddenly, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. In the pitch-black tunnel, there was an instant flash of light. Lu Ye's expression froze. He had no idea where this attack came from. By the time he noticed it, it was already right in front of him. In other words, this attack alone had almost exceeded the limit of what he could deal with. Thought Moon Immortal had unknowingly drawn a sword. Lu Yi, who was almost touching her body, could clearly feel a powerful force surging out of Thought Moon Immortal's body. He raised his sword and slashed down. The attacking light shattered. Thought Moon Immortal's footsteps did not stop, and she continued to move forward. Lu Yi followed like a shadow. Behind him was the lonely Ingwuji, who was on tenterhooks. The great sage of human Dao manga of the same name is already online. Everyone can download Tencent animation to support it. Chapter 9:21. The sound of blades slashing rang out incessantly as sharp rays of light slashed at her from the front. The long sword in Thought Moon Immortal's hand danced gracefully, blocking all the attacks that came at her. She activated her spiritual power to protect Lu Yi behind her. Like an indestructible mountain, she blocked all the incoming storms. A strange sense of security that she had never felt before rose in her heart. For the first time, Lu Yi couldn't help but seriously look at the woman in front of her. Unfortunately, because her back was facing her, she couldn't see much. She could only see her snow-white, slender neck and her elegant hair. Her hair danced, tickling Lu Ye's neck and cheeks like little hands. It was visible to the naked eye that her neck, which was as white as jade, began to redden. Even though her back was facing Lu Yi, the perception of a divine sea realm cultivator was extremely powerful. She could clearly sense Lu Ye's gaze at this moment, which made the Thought Moon Immortal feel rather uncomfortable. The power of her attack became even more fierce. As if she was warning him, Lu Yi looked away. A soft exhalation came from the front. Thought Moon Immortal's tense body relaxed a little. She said, I don't know what kind of treasure is hidden in front, but it's very likely to be a flying sword. These sword chi were all slashed out by that flying sword, probably to divert Lu Ye's attention, or to make the situation less awkward. She took the initiative to reveal some information about this place. I've been here several times, but I couldn't do my best each time. The furthest I went was 300 feet, so I need your help. Lu Ye's attention was indeed diverted. If the sword chi alone can force you to retreat, then what's the flying sword's main body like? Who knows? Thought Moon Immortal was obviously not sure of her judgment. If it was a wide area, she might be able to do it with her ability. However, the passage here was narrow, and there was no room to maneuver or dodge. Facing the slashes of the sword chi, she could only resist them head-on. In this way, she couldn't use any tricks, so she had to bring Lu Yi along. With the rainbow phoenixes, she could borrow the huge vitality in Lu Ye's body anytime and anywhere. There might be a possibility of success. Of course, it was only a possibility because no one knew how long this passage was. Sir, have you never tried to sneak in? Lu Yi asked. I've tried, but it doesn't work. There should be a lot of restrictions here, and as long as someone steps into this place, it will immediately activate the wonders of the restrictions, and endless sword qi will attack continuously. After a slight pause, she said in a low voice, "Don't talk for now." Originally, he wanted to distract Lu Yi by talking, but who knew that it would make the situation worse, because when Lu Yi spoke, there was a hot stream of air rushing into the river. It made her feel very uncomfortable on her neck. Lu Yi understood, tacitly. He kept his eyes forward and remained silent. He completely relaxed his body and mind, allowing the Thought Moon Immortal to lead him through the passageway. 500 feet, 100 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet, after shattering countless sword qis, the three of them finally stepped into the deepest part of the Missing Moon Immortal's territory. At this point, the frequency and strength of the sword qi attacks had reached an extremely shocking level. Lu Yi knew that he wasn't weak, but if he were to face such a situation alone, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand even a single sword qi. This made him very curious. Just what kind of flying sword, without an owner, could make an expert like the Thought Moon Immortal return empty-handed several times with just the sword qi it activated? Above spirit artifacts were artifacts, and above artifacts were spirit treasures. The flying swords inside were clearly not at the level of spirit treasures, but beyond. What was above spirit treasures? Lu Yi really did not know, because with his current cultivation base, artifacts were the most suitable for him. He could not activate things like spirit treasures at all. The Nine-Front Formation was a spirit treasure, but until now, Lu Yi and Yi were still unable to activate the full power of the Nine-Front Formation. Compared to the last time they came, the Thought Moon Immortal's strength had clearly improved, because the last time she came here, she was already at her limit. But this time it did not seem too difficult. Further ahead was the true test. As expected, the frequency and strength of the sword qis had increased, and Lu Yi could clearly feel the vibrations from each of the Thought Moon Immortal's attacks. He could tell that she was starting to get serious. As they continued forward, the Thought Moon Immortal began to struggle. Lu Yi saw this, but there was nothing he could do. At this moment, he could only help the Thought Moon Immortal in terms of survival. If he interfered, it would only make the situation worse. With a hiss, the Thought Moon Immortal grunted. When the sword qi dispersed, it left a gash on her sword-wielding right hand. Blood seeped out, instantly dyeing her clothes red. However, the Thought Moon Immortal did not stop. Instead, she sped up. Hiss, 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 sword qi constantly seeped out, slicing at the Thought Moon Immortal's body, gradually worsening her injuries. However, Lu Yi, who was protected by her, was unharmed. As for Ing Wuji, who was further behind, he was also unharmed as he trembled. The smell of blood gradually thickened. Lu Yi could feel the vitality in his body being continuously injected into the Thought Moon Immortal's body through the Rainbow Phoenix's dual flight, giving her the ability to continue fighting. Time passed extremely slowly. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the woman in Lu Ye's arms had become a bloody person. If the Thought Moon Immortal had come alone, she would have to retreat with such injuries, because if she continued forward, she did not know if she would have the chance to retreat. The Great Sage of Human Tao, latest chapters. Domain name, however, because of the injection of Lu Ye's vitality, although her injuries were not light, she did not feel weak at all. Moreover, she discovered that not only could she borrow Lu Ye's vitality, she could also borrow Lu Ye's spiritual power. As a result, Lu Yi had no choice but to take out a demon core from his storage pouch and stuff it into his mouth. Under such circumstances, consuming a demon core was the fastest way to replenish spiritual power. Lu Yi, can you still hold on? Lu Yi, who was eating the demon core, suddenly heard the Thought Moon Immortal's voice. He could not help but be stunned. This was the first time the Thought Moon Immortal had called him by his name since they met. No problem. Then I'll speed up. There was no end to the passage ahead, as if there was no hope in sight. The Thought Moon Immortal was getting impatient. As she finished speaking, the figures stuck close to each other quickly rushed forward. As the Thought Moon Immortal danced in her hands, clinking sounds could be heard. Ing Wuji, who was following behind, cried out. He hurriedly moved and chased after her. The missing moon immortal would protect Lu Yi, but she would not care about his life or death. He could only pray that the missing moon immortal was strong enough to hold on. Otherwise, once the missing moon immortal died, it would be his and Lu Ye's turn to die. Sword qi surged like tidewater, and the entire passageway became a sea of sword light. It was under such circumstances that the thought moon immortal brazenly charged in. The sword light was destroyed in patches, and the injuries on her body gradually worsened. However, because of the continuous injection of Lu Ye's vitality, she still had the ability to continue fighting. This was a very strange situation. Finally, at a certain point, all the sword light was completely destroyed, and the passage became pitch black. Only the thought moon immortal's heavy breathing could be heard. Are you done? Ingwuji asked timidly from behind. Just as he finished speaking, another dazzling light lit up ahead. The sudden flash of light in the pitch-black darkness was so bright that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. An incomparably sharp killing, intent attack from the front. When Lu Ye's eyes narrowed, the thought moon immortal had already brought him forward. It was a sword qi that seemed to be able to cut through the void. When the thought moon immortal's long sword met it, the spirit treasure longsword actually let out a painful groan. The sword qi was blocked, but it did not disappear. Instead, it continued to slowly slash forward, as if it wanted to cut through the waist of all the intruders. When the crisp sound rang out, Lu Ye's eyelids twitched. He hurriedly looked at the thought moon immortal's longsword. He saw that a small crack had appeared on the longsword. He could not hold on. Once the longsword broke, the three of them would most likely be in grave danger when faced with such a sword light slash. With a thought, Lu Yi made a decision. He raised the saber in his hand. The arm holding the saber bulged slightly for an instant and stabbed out with the starry sky. Specks of starlight landed on the sword qi. However, how could a true lake stage cultivator like Lu Yi shake the sword qi that even the thought moon immortal found so difficult to deal with? Kacha! The crack on the long sword became much larger. At the critical moment of life and death, Lu Yi raised his other hand and grabbed the thought moon immortal's sword-wielding hand. Spiritual power surged. On the long sword, a complex and complicated spirit pattern instantly formed. Moon reversal. The thought moon immortal seemed to be able to sense the profoundness of this spirit pattern. She immediately became spirited. The long sword in her hand danced like a fluttering butterfly. In an instant, she stabbed out more than 10 times. The fine sword light pierced the same spot on the sword qi. In the next instant, the seemingly solid sword qi suddenly broke apart from the middle. It split into two and shot towards the two sides of the cave wall. Without a sound, huge and deep slash marks instantly appeared on the two sides of the cave wall. After stabbing out more than 10 times, the thought moon immortal seemed to have lost all her strength. She went limp in Lu Ye's arms. Lu Yi also had the illusion that his entire body had been sucked dry. Although he was unharmed, the thought moon immortal was currently borrowing the power in his body. It could be said that the consumption was huge. His legs went limp. He hugged the thought moon immortal and fell to the ground together. Heavy panting sounds came from their mouths. They were like fish out of water, rising and falling one after another. Ingwuji, who was behind them, was dumbfounded. "What's wrong with you guys? Get up quickly." If they didn't get up now, he wouldn't be able to block another attack like the one just now. For a moment, he had the idea of slipping away. Lu Yi and the thought moon immortal clearly realized this as well. They both struggled to get up. Lu Yi leaned against the cave wall while the thought moon immortal nestled in his arms. They stared ahead, vigilantly. From the beginning to the end, their interlocked fingers had never loosened. But fortunately, there were no more attacks coming from the front. The Great Sage of Human Tao, latest chapter on the internet. Domain named that unbelievably powerful sword qi just now should be the last attack. Chapter 9:22. It was quiet in the dark passage. The constant sense of danger since they stepped into the passage had disappeared. Lu Yi leaned against the wall of the cave and thought Moon Immortal nestled in his arms. Both of them hurriedly used their own methods to recover their strength. The sound of mockery and eating was very abrupt in this silent atmosphere. Thought Moon Immortal didn't pay much attention at first, but soon realized that something was wrong because this sound didn't sound like the sound of a spirit pill being chewed. She scanned with her divine sense and was shocked, because she found that Lu Yi was actually eating a spirit pill. "Are you okay?" How could a person eat a spirit pill? She could be considered an experienced and knowledgeable person, but she had never heard of such a thing. A spirit pill did contain a huge amount of energy, but that was the essence of a demonic beast's cultivation. For a cultivator, it was impure and impure, not to mention whether or not it could be refined and absorbed. Even if it could, it would make one's own spiritual energy extremely obscure. "I'm fine," Lu Yi casually replied and continued to eat the spirit pill. Large patches of gray fog rose from the talent tree, and the almost dried up spiritual energy in his body quickly began to recover. Thought Moon Immortal didn't ask any more questions. Although Lu Ye's actions made her feel strange, now was obviously not the time to investigate. It wouldn't be too late to ask about the situation when she had time in the future. She continued to recover and adjust her breathing, borrowing the huge vitality in Lu Ye's body, coupled with the foundation of Thought Moon Immortal's divine sea realm. Her injuries were also rapidly recovering. Only her blood-stained clothes couldn't be changed for the time being, but these were all small details and didn't hinder anything. While the two of them were recuperating, Ingwu Ji hid off to the side, not saying a word. This experience had been completely forced upon him, so no matter what happened next, it had nothing to do with him. What he needed to do was to preserve his little life. Once this matter was over, he would quickly part ways with Lu Yi. Time passed bit by bit. For hours later, Thought Moon Immortal said, "Let's go." She had almost recovered, and her injuries were much better. It didn't affect her strength anymore. When she got up, she turned around and walked out of Lu Ye's arms, but their hands never separated. No one knew if there would be any danger next. The rainbow phoenixes had been working, and it was also convenient for her to borrow strength from Lu Yi at any time. After walking for a while, a spot of light suddenly appeared in front of them. The light appeared abruptly. Before it reached a certain area, none of them noticed it at all. The moment they crossed a certain spot, the light suddenly appeared. Following the direction of the source of the light, the three of them walked for another 1,000 feet and arrived at the end of the tunnel. At the end was an abyss that made one's heart palpitate. Looking down, one couldn't tell how deep it was. The deep darkness seemed to be able to swallow everything. There was a stone bridge in front of them. The stone bridge was not wide and could only allow 3 people to walk side by side. At the end of the stone bridge, there was a towering stone pillar. The stone pillar stood straight in the abyss, and it was unknown how deep it was rooted. At this point, all 3 of them revealed shocked expressions. It was because numerous sword lights were drifting about in the chasm around the stone platform, like a school of fish swimming endlessly. Shockingly, the bodies of those sword lights were flying swords of extraordinary quality. There were so many of them that it was difficult to calculate. Such a large number of flying swords, and the quality was extremely good. If he could bring them out, it would definitely be a windfall. Ingwu Ji's heart raced as he looked, but in the end he sighed inwardly. With a spirit sea realm cultivator like Nian Yuxian here, no matter what good things there were, he would not have a share. He looked away. Out of sight, out of mind. Lu Yi and Nian Yuxian's gazes did not stop at the numerous flying swords, but fixed on the stone platform. In the center of the stone platform, there was a short sword that was only about 2 feet long. Although it was unknown how long it had been there, its surface was still as smooth as a mirror, and it shone brightly. When they looked at it, they immediately felt a cold and sharp sword intent, as if it wanted to cut through something as illusory as the gaze. The light that the three of them saw in the tunnel was released by this short sword. Nian Yuxian's guess was right. There were indeed flying swords of extraordinary quality here, but it was not just one, but many. However, relatively speaking, the short sword on the stone platform was of the most outstanding quality. Lu Yi did not know what quality the short sword was, but from the information she had now, this short sword was definitely not at the level of a spirit treasure. If Nian Yuxian got her hands on such an item, then her deterrence would be terrifying. Such a short sword could be used as a flying sword, but it could also be used as a weapon for ghost cultivators. If she could get her hands on this sword, Nian Yuxian's strength would definitely increase greatly. When that time came, her life would be in danger. There's a formation. Nian Yuxian's gaze did not stop at the 2-foot short sword. She looked around and immediately made a judgment. Although Lu Ye's cultivation in the Tao of formations was far superior to cultivators of the same level, there was still a large gap between him and Nian Yuxian. Only with his reminder did she see some clues. Realization dawned on her. The moment the three of them stepped into the tunnel, they must have activated the power of the formation here, which was why there was an endless stream of sword qi. That was not only a hindrance, but also a test. Who had left behind this short sword and so many flying swords? Who had set up this formation? What was the purpose of this test? Just as Lu Yi was deep in thought, Nian Yuxian had already taken his hand and walked forward. "I'll wait for you here," Ying Wuji hurriedly shouted. Although the treasure was good, since he did not have a share of it, there was no need for him to take the risk. Waiting here obediently was the best choice for him. Nian Yuxian turned a deaf ear to him. It was not that she trusted Ying Wuji, but that Ying Wuji could not do anything under her watch. Nian Yuxian walked very slowly. As she walked, she kept sending out formation flags in all directions. If she wanted to reach the stone platform safely and retrieve the short sword, she would have to break the formation here. Although the formation here was extremely brilliant, it had been set up here for an unknown number of years. Hence, Nian Yuxian could still see some clues and flaws. Breaking the formation was not difficult for her. Lu Yi did not interfere. He only activated the spiritual tattoo of insight and observed silently, learning Nian Yuxian's method of breaking the formation. Layer after layer of the formation was broken. Nian Yuxian led Lu Yi across the stone bridge, which was only about 300 feet long, for almost 2 hours. Finally, they landed on the stone platform. Clang! The short sword stuck diagonally on the stone platform trembled slightly, letting out a clear sword hum. It seemed to have a mind of its own, joyful that it was about to welcome its new master. Nian Yuxian did not act rashly. Instead, she kept observing the surroundings, trying to see if there were any hidden formations. Lu Yi also activated the spiritual tattoo of insight. A moment later, Nian Yuxian let go of Lu Ye's hand and said, "Go back." Lu Yi pondered for a moment. His figure drifted backward and soon landed beside Ying Wuji. Ying Wuji asked in a low voice, "Lu Ye, that short sword, what's its quality?" They were too far apart, and he could not sense it clearly. Although he knew that he would not get a share of the good stuff here, he still wanted to know the details of the short sword. However, as expected, Lu Yi did not respond at all. He only stared at Nian Yuxian without blinking. On the stone platform, Nian Yuxian had already raised her hand to grab the short sword's hilt. The next moment, with a clang, the short sword was pulled out. She immediately looked around vigilantly, but it was quiet all around. There was nothing out of the ordinary. The treasure, she got it. Right when thought Moon Immortal was delighted in her heart and was about to retreat, her expression suddenly changed because a vortex had strangely appeared before her without the slightest sign. Moreover, what caused her to feel both shocked and furious was that the short blade in her hand actually uncontrollably emitted an indescribable impact. In an instant, it filled her entire body. She was a divine sea realm cultivator. But this impact caused her spiritual power to scatter and her body to become unstable. She had been on guard against any hidden traps around her. This was because such a treasure was too easy to get. But in the end, there was still a flaw. The trap was not in the surroundings, but in the short sword itself. It could even be said that the formation she had broken earlier was just a smokescreen to confuse her. A huge suction force came from the vortex, and her body fell into it uncontrollably. As if sensing something, she turned around abruptly. On the other side of the stone bridge, Lu Ye's figure was like lightning, pouncing toward her. His expression was urgent, and he reached out to her from afar. "Don't come over," Nian Yuxian shouted. But in the next instant, Lu Yi was in front of her. Nian Yuxian gritted her teeth and hurriedly reached out to grab Lu Ye's hand. Lu Yi stood on the stone platform and used both hands to grab Nian Yu. Immortal's arm, urging his entire body to move. But it did not move at all. At this moment, Nian Yuxian's body was mostly swallowed up by the vortex. If he had not arrived in time, she would have disappeared without a trace. He did not know what was going on inside the vortex, but this change was clearly not a good thing. At this moment, a chaotic clanging sound suddenly rang out, accompanied by Ying Wuji's strange cry. Lu Yi turned his head to look and saw Ying Wuji running towards him. He was not here to help him. Instead, the flying sword that had been swimming around the stone platform like a fish was chasing him. The cold killing intent forced him to flee in this direction. In desperation, Ying Wuji's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lu Yi. Looking at the overwhelming sword light behind Ying Wuji, Lu Yi sighed in his heart. He did not use any more strength and instead plunged into the vortex. He really did not know what was going on inside the vortex, but if he did not hide in the vortex, he and Ying Wuji would most likely die. Without Lu Yi dragging her, Nian Yuxian's figure quickly disappeared into the vortex. The moment her figure disappeared, Lu Yi saw the self-blame in Nian Yuxian's eyes. Then he felt a warm and soft body pressed against him, and the world began to spin. And after Nian Yuxian and Lu Yi disappeared into the vortex, Ying Wuji followed in their footsteps. Many sword lights followed closely behind and disappeared without a trace. A moment later, the dust settled. There was only a stone bridge and an empty stone platform left. Endless darkness shrouded it. Chapter 9:23. As if he had fallen into an endless abyss, his body continued to sink and everything around him became illusory. Only the warm and soft body in his arms gave Lu Yi a sense of reality, allowing him to maintain a trace of clarity. After an unknown amount of time, his body and mind suddenly calmed down. When he came back to his senses, he suddenly heard an old voice in his ear. Weapons, the weapons of cultivators. There are strong and weak cultivators, good and bad weapons. Lu Yi was a little dizzy, and when he looked up, he saw a white-haired old man sitting in front of him, lecturing him earnestly. Lu Yi didn't understand the situation for a while. When he turned his head, he saw a pair of beautiful eyes looking at him with concern. It was Nian Yuxian. Their eyes met, and after confirming that they were all safe and sound, he finally felt relieved. Ying Wuji was also here, sitting on the other side of him. He was quietly looking around, seeming very suspicious. At this moment, the three of them were in front of a thatched hut. The old man was sitting upright, and the three of them were kneeling side by side in front of the old man, looking very respectful. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. The three of them looked up and saw a large number of flowing lights flying in the direction of the sound. "It's those flying swords." Ying Wuji's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw the flowing lights. As soon as he finished speaking, many streams of light swept towards a nearby steep mountain. In the next moment, A series of clanging sounds could be heard as many flying swords were inserted into the steep mountain wall, leaving only the sword hilts outside. The old man's voice stopped, and he looked at the cliff full of flying swords with a complicated expression. He slowly said, "Sword Mountain is the foundation of my sword tool sect. Today, the three of you will become my disciples. When you refine a flying sword that can be ranked in Sword Mountain, you will be considered a master." There was a lot of information hidden in these words. At the very least, it allowed Lu Yi to understand something. This was the sword tool sect, and the mountain full of flying swords was Sword Mountain. The three of them were now taking this old man as their master. From the old man's words, the sword tool sect was probably a place to cultivate tool refiners. If they wanted to be a master, they must refine a flying sword that could be ranked in Sword Mountain, a secret realm. Lu Yi suddenly realized that the vortex on the stone platform was connected to a secret realm. It wasn't just the Spirit Stream battlefield and the Cloud River battlefield that had secret realms. The real secret realms that contained great opportunities were all in the 9 states. There were some secret realms that even Divine Sea Realm cultivators could benefit greatly from. This arcane pocket realm was clearly different from what Lu Yi had experienced in the Spirit Stream battlefield and the Cloud River battlefield. At the very least, Missing Moon Immortal had also entered. In other words, this was a secret realm that could benefit even those in the spiritual sea stage. A secret realm like this could only be found by chance. He and Ingwu Ji were both in the True Lake stage. If they could find some opportunities here, they would benefit for the rest of their lives. Ingwu Ji also reacted, and his mood was immediately lifted. This time he had no choice but to follow Lu Yi and the Thought Moon Immortal to Li Yuan's one-line sky. He originally thought that he was just a guide, but who would have thought that such a good thing would happen? Apart from being happy, he was also on guard. He wasn't a fool. He naturally understood that opportunities meant risks. A secret realm that could allow those in the Divine Sea stage to enter. Who knew what kind of risks there would be? Lu Yi and Ingwu Ji both had different thoughts. The Thought Moon Immortal slowly stood up and said with a frown, "You want me to become your disciple?" To become someone's disciple was to become their disciple. She was a Divine Sea stage cultivator. In the entire 9 states, she was already one of the top cultivators. Who in this world could be her master? What's more, she was a rogue cultivator. Since the day she started cultivating, she didn't have a master or a fellow disciple. With her current level of cultivation, she wouldn't find herself a master, even if it was a secret realm. You're not willing. The old man looked at the Thought Moon Immortal indifferently, completely ignoring her cold expression. Whether you're willing or not, that depends on whether you have the ability. After saying this, the Thought Moon Immortal shook her hand and stabbed the old man with her sword. What she held in her hand was the 2-foot-short sword that she had taken from the stone platform. This kind of short sword was actually more suitable for her as a ghost cultivator's weapon, not as a sword cultivator's weapon. With her ghost cultivation attainments, coupled with such a sharp sword, if she really succeeded in her sneak attack, no Divine Sea stage cultivator in 9 regions could withstand it. But even so, the power of this sword was peerless. Lu Yi and Ingwu Ji both hurriedly dodged, for fear of splashing their blood. The two of them had no doubt about the strength of the Thought Moon Immortal. Moreover, in any case, they suddenly came to such a secret realm and suddenly had to worship such an old man as their master. Both of them were somewhat reluctant. If the Thought Moon Immortal could resolve this matter, it wouldn't be a bad thing. However, in the next moment, the pupils of Lu Yi and Ingwu Ji shrank, and the eyes of the Thought Moon Immortal were also filled with shock. Because the old man sitting upright didn't move. He just raised his hand, stretched out 2 fingers, and lightly caught the short sword in the hand of the Thought Moon Immortal. The old man slightly narrowed his eyes, which flashed with a cold light, and faintly said, "The willow catkin was cast by this old man. This old man knows its power much better than you do." The thought moon immortal exerted her strength, but she still couldn't pull the short sword away from the old man's 2 fingers. Her heart was in turmoil, and only then did she realize that she had underestimated the old man's ability. But was there really such a strong person in this world? Your temperament is not steady enough. Just because you have some cultivation base, you are arrogant. You are not suitable to be my disciple. Go. With that, he suddenly spat out a sword light from his mouth, which went straight to the thought moon immortal. The thought moon immortal's beautiful face turned pale in an instant, because the strength of this sword light was something she had never seen before in her life. The old man's seemingly casual attack was already stronger than her full-strength attack. The moment the sword light came out of the old man's mouth, he also released the fingers that were holding the willow catkin short sword. The thought moon immortal took advantage of the situation to retreat, holding the sword in front of her. Accompanied by a clang, the thought moon immortal gave a muffled groan, and her entire body flew out like a willow catkin. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared without a trace. No one knew where she had been sent to. The old man's voice sounded again. Since the willow catkin has fallen into your hands, it means that it is fated to be with you. I hope you will not bury it. But he had no intention of leaving the willow catkin short sword behind. Lu Yi and Ing Wu Ji stood not far away, dumbfounded as they stared at this unbelievable scene, not daring to move. It was only when the old man turned his head to look at them that the two hurriedly walked back, side by side, and obediently sat in front of the old man. Ing Wu Ji even shouted, "Disciple Ing Wu Ji greets master!" What thought moon immortal? What 10,000 feet iron? After seeing this old man's terrifying methods, Ing Wu Ji finally understood what it meant to say that there was always someone stronger. Taking such a master as his master was not shameful at all. He, Ing Wu Ji, had always been a flexible person. First, he had taken Lu Ye as his eldest senior brother, and today he had taken on a master. The old man smiled faintly. It's still too early to talk about taking on a master. Today, I am only taking the 2 of you into my sword instrument sect. My sword instrument sect has always been strict in accepting disciples, so whether or not you 2 can stay will depend on your own abilities. Ing Wu Ji sat upright, feeling a little disappointed. He had thought he had managed to latch onto a big thigh, but who knew this old man wasn't taking him in as a disciple at all. My sword instrument sect's disciples are not only the most outstanding artifact refining grandmasters, but also the most outstanding sword cultivators. All flying swords used are refined by the sect's own hands. The 2 of you must remember this. Yes, Lu Yi and Ing Wu Ji responded together, as obedient as kittens. This old man is Kong Kong, the 163rd generation sect master of sword instrument sect. Today, the 2 of you will be taking me as your master, so you must remember the sect's rules and commandments. What followed was a series of complicated sect rules. But whether it was Lu Yi or Ing Wu Ji, both of them were cultivators, so it was not difficult for them to remember these things. Just as he was speaking, Kong Kong suddenly frowned and looked at Lu Ye's waist, revealing a displeased expression. You use a saber? Lu Ye's expression turned serious as he quickly realized where the problem was. It seemed that not only in the 9 prefectures, those who use sabers looked down on those who use swords, and those who use swords looked down on those who use sabers. The sword instrument sect was the same. Silently putting away the mountain pan saber, Lu Yi took out a long sword and hung it on his waist, calmly saying, "That is just disciple spoils of war." Disciple is actually a sword cultivator. Ugh. Ing Wu Ji almost laughed out loud, but after noticing Lu Ye's sharp gaze, he quickly sat up straight. Kong Kong's expression relaxed a little. Remember, those who use sabers are all boorish men. The sword is the king of weapons. Yes, Lu Yi respectfully responded. Boorish men are not boorish men. You have the biggest fist. You have the final say. The 2 of you are new here today, so go ahead. Tomorrow, This old man will teach you the method of refining weapons. When the two of you are able to refine flying swords, I will teach you the way of the sword." Lu Yi and Ing Wu Ji respectfully withdrew. When they looked back, the sword instrument sect master, who claimed to be Kong Kong, had disappeared. No one knew where he went, and only a thatched hut stood in the same place. The two looked at each other, and their hearts trembled. "You explore the surrounding environment," Lu Yi ordered Ing Wu Ji, and chased in the direction where Thought Moon Immortal had been sent flying. The thatched hut was located in a valley, and one side of it was the Sword Mountain, which was full of flying swords just now. It was a spectacular sight. Ing Wu Ji also had the same intention. As a newcomer, it was naturally important to explore the environment first. It was even more important to figure out what kind of world this was and what kind of test was waiting for them. The two separated, and Lu Yi went to look for Thought Moon Immortal. She soon found her, because Thought Moon Immortal had not gone far and was standing at the entrance of the valley. She had changed into clean clothes, but she had consumed a lot of energy before, and there were many injuries on her body, and her face was still a little pale. Seeing that she was safe and sound, Lu Yi was a little relieved and stepped forward. "My lady." Thought Moon Immortal nodded. "Did that old Mr. make things difficult for you?" Before, she didn't put Kong Kong in her eyes, but after the confrontation, Thought Moon Immortal already understood that Kong Kong's cultivation was definitely much higher than hers. In other words, Kong Kong was most likely above the Divine Sea Realm. This made Thought Moon Immortal very interested, and she had the idea of exploring, because the Divine Sea Realm cultivators in 9 regions had been exploring the road of cultivation for many years. They could feel that the Divine Sea Realm was not the end of a cultivator's journey, but they had no clue how to take that step. Seeing Kong Kong today, Thought Moon Immortal naturally wanted to find out. Unfortunately, she had offended him as soon as she came, and now it was not good to ask anything. Chapter 924. As they were talking, Ing Wu Ji flew over and landed, looking helplessly at Lu Yi. "Didn't I tell you to scout the environment?" Lu Yi frowned. This guy was too careless. Ing Wu Ji said, "What you can see is all that can be scouted." "What do you mean?" Lu Yi frowned. Thought Moon Immortal said, "Don't blame him. This is a very small arcane realm. The entire arcane realm is just the valley and the spirit peak that we can see now, so there's no need to scout anything." Lu Yi was stunned. If Ing Wu Ji had said that, he wouldn't have believed it, but since it came from Thought Moon Immortal, he had no choice but to believe it. After Thought Moon Immortal was sent flying from the thatched hut, she had clearly scouted the surroundings to come to this conclusion. How could there be such a small arcane realm in this world? The arcane realms that Lu Yi had experienced before were all set in a realm. Even the smallest arcane realm of the myriad beasts was 30% the size of the spirit stream battlefield. It seems that this really is a legacy arcane realm, Thought Moon Immortal said thoughtfully. Ing Wu Ji frowned. Senior means to say that this arcane realm was specially created for a certain legacy. Hearing him say this, Lu Yi immediately thought of Hua Xiai. He didn't know what the arcane realm that Hua Xiai had inherited looked like, but Hua Xiai had mentioned that the legacy arcane realm seemed to be a very small arcane realm. Because this kind of arcane realm was specially created for a certain legacy, it didn't need to be too big. After passing the test in the arcane realm and obtaining the legacy, one could leave safely. Did that old man ask you to do anything? Thought Moon Immortal asked. Lu Yi nodded. He calls himself Kong Kong and is the 163rd sect master of the Sword Artifact sect. He asked Ing Wu Ji and me to learn the art of forging artifacts from him, and after we have mastered the art, he will teach us the way of the sword. Thought Moon Immortal understood. It seems that this is the test of the arcane realm. She calmed herself down and looked at Lu Yi. This is an opportunity. Since you have encountered it, there is no reason to miss it. You can cultivate and learn in peace. Understood. Lu Yi replied. To be honest, he was not very interested in refining weapons. The main reason was that he had already practiced both the way of spiritual tattoo and the way of formation. He knew that a person's energy was limited. If he spent too much energy on the outer way, his own cultivation would definitely be affected. His master had taught him the Tao of inscription before, and he had practiced it for a period of time. However, in the end, he didn't cultivate it deeply because he didn't have enough energy. Furthermore, in a world like the 9 provinces, if one really needed anything, one could purchase it from the Tianji treasury or find someone to refine it for them. There was no need for one to be proficient in this field. Not all good eaters were chefs. The logic was the same. Moreover, he also had the War Merit Pavilion. There were countless good things inside, and as long as he had enough war merit, he could exchange for them. But if this is a test of the hidden territory, then I have to learn it. Senior, what's up with that emptiness sect master's cultivation? Ingwu Ji gathered his courage and asked. Just now, the scene of the empty sword Qi sending the thought of Moon immortal flying had scared him to death. His cultivation base. Thought Moon immortal revealed a pensive expression. Much higher than mine. Above the divine sea, is there really a path ahead? Ingwu Ji became excited, causing Lu Yi to give him a sidelong glance. He didn't know what a true lake stage cultivator was so excited about. Thought Moon Immortal leisurely said, "This is exactly what the divine sea stage cultivators of the 9 provinces have been searching for." Ingwu Ji said, "Divine sea stage cultivators of the 9 provinces have searched for nothing. But that emptiness sect master's cultivation base is above the divine sea. Doesn't this mean that he is not a cultivator of the 9 provinces?" Thought Moon Immortal looked up at him. "You know a lot." Ingwu Ji sighed. "There are many opportunities in the 9 provinces and many inheritances. Since ancient times, many people have speculated that there may be many inheritances hidden in the world of the 9 provinces, and for various reasons, they fell into the 9 provinces. At first, I didn't believe it, but after what happened in the Wushuang continent, I have no choice but to believe it. The matter of the Wushuang continent was not a secret now, not to mention that the fusion of domains in the Yunhe battlefield had long been known to the world. At present, many cultivators of the Wushuang continent had begun to walk in the 9 provinces, and there were even people who had founded sections. The information transmission in the 9 provinces was convenient, so naturally everyone knew about it. Thought Moon Immortal had also heard about the matters of the Wushuang continent, so when she heard Ingwu Ji's words, she understood what was going on. Perhaps this opportunity came from outside the 9 provinces, or perhaps it came from within the 9 provinces. Don't forget that the historical records of this era are only a few thousand years. No one knows what the 9 provinces looked like thousands of years ago. Whether there were cultivators above the divine sea stage, no one knows. If the Sword Tool sect was a sect from thousands of years ago, then this secret realm was a remnant from before this era. Senior is right. Ingwu Ji humbly accepted the teachings and looked very honest. In any case, that emptiness sect master is not a living person. It is very likely that he is the reappearance of some means of the heavens, or it may be an obsession left behind by a powerhouse. His cultivation base is indeed higher than mine when he was alive. When you two get along with him, you must be careful. For the first time, Ingwu Ji felt the concern from Thought Moon Immortal. Although he understood that this was just incidental, he was still very touched and couldn't help but nod. "Senior, don't worry. Brother Lu is the best at getting along with people. He will not offend the emptiness sect master. Ingwu Ji will also follow his lead." Lu Yi was too lazy to pay attention to him and just looked at Thought Moon Immortal. "My lord, what about you?" "Me?" Thought Moon Immortal was startled for a moment. She looked down at the 2-foot short sword in her hand. "Just take advantage of this time to refine this sword. You don't have to worry about it." Lu Yi nodded and turned to order Ingwu Ji. "Go cut some wood." Ingwu Ji was puzzled. "What for?" "This time, we don't know how long we will stay here. There is only one thatched hut here. We can't eat and sleep in the open." That makes sense. Ing Wu Ji nodded. Then why don't we go together? Lu Ye's gaze became fierce. Ing Wu Ji shouted to Thought Moon Immortal. Senior, you saw it. He has been bullying people like this. Thought Moon Immortal smiled. It was the first time she saw two people from opposing camps get along like this. She said, you go by yourself. I have something to say to Lu Yi. Yes. Ing Wu Ji immediately became obedient. After Ing Wu Ji left, Lu Yi said, My lord, do you want me to inquire about the mystery above the deity ocean? Thought Moon Immortal shook her head slowly. This arcane realm is for the inheritance of the sword instrument sect, not for cultivation. So even if you inquire, you may not be able to find anything. Instead, you may say something wrong. What I want to tell you is that this arcane realm is not as peaceful as it looks. My lord, you mean, based on the current situation, the Willow Catkins are not an opportunity, but a bait. Thought Moon Immortal raised the short sword in her hand and said slowly, using the Willow Catkins as bait to make people greedy and enter this arcane realm of inheritance, pass the test, and obtain the inheritance of the sword instrument sect. This is also a common trick used in many places of inheritance. I can only blame myself for being greedy and not seeing through this layer. But if this is really the case, then since ancient times, has no one else entered here? That place is indeed hidden, but if I can find it, others can naturally find it too. So before us, it is very likely that someone has already been here. But where are they? Lu Yi was slightly horrified. Of course, I'm not saying that Kong Kong is a bad person, but since this arcane realm of inheritance has been preserved until now, it means that so far no one has passed the test. Even if someone had entered before, they died here. Thought test to obtain the inheritance of the sword instrument sect. This is also a common trick used in many places of inheritance. I can only blame myself for being greedy and not seeing through this layer. But if this is really the case, then since ancient times no one has entered here, that place is indeed hidden. But if I can find it, others can naturally find it too. So before us, it is very likely that someone has already been here. But where are they? Lu Yi was slightly horrified. Of course, I'm not saying that Kong Kong is a bad person. But since this arcane realm of inheritance has been preserved until now, it means that so far no one has passed the test. Even if someone had entered before, they died here. Thought Moon Immortal stared at Lu Yi with a serious expression. This is the danger of the arcane realm of inheritance. Since you're here, you either obtain the inheritance and leave safely, or you'll never be able to escape. Lu Yi listened silently, understanding tacitly. Sir, you mean to say that it's very difficult to obtain the inheritance here and pass Kong Kong's test? No matter what, you have to be mentally prepared. Lu Yi nodded slightly, but soon thought of something. Sir, there's a problem. What? If the Willow Catkins are really bait to lure people into this arcane realm of inheritance, then there shouldn't be so much danger. You're powerful enough to pass through that passage and obtain the Willow Catkins, but others may not have the ability to do so. Perhaps they'll be killed in that passage before they even get close to the Willow Catkins. This doesn't match the original intention of the arcane realm of inheritance to lure people in. If they really wanted to lure people in, then it should be as simple as possible. It could even be said that as early as the first time Thought Moon Immortal came here, she had already obtained the Willow Catkins and been lured into this arcane realm. Perhaps that's the case. Nian Yu Immortal did not deny Lu Ye's judgment. Her gaze was faint as she looked in the direction of the thatched hut. But what if that Kong Kong can sense the situation outside to a certain extent and can even control the restriction outside? Lu Ye's expression turned serious. If that was the case, then it could be explained. The reason Thought Moon Immortal had not been able to obtain the Willow Catkins was that Kong Kong felt that she was not suitable to inherit the mantle of the sword instrument sect. So he had been stopping her. However, this time she had brought Lu Yi and Ing Wu Ji over, which gave Kong Kong hope and let her go. However, because Thought Moon Immortal had previous experience, the test could not be too easy, otherwise it would arouse her vigilance. She had to use all her strength to pass through that passage, and obtaining the willow catkins was the best result. If that was the case, then Kong Kong had gone through a lot of trouble. No matter what, it won't be easy to pass the test here. You have to be careful. I'll do my best. Lu Yi nodded. Even if he couldn't do it, there was still Ing Wuji. If he couldn't do it, then they could only think of another way to leave this arcane realm. However, this was a story for later. A moment later, Ing Wuji returned. Lu Yi worked with him to build 3 wooden huts at the entrance of the valley, which would serve as their temporary residence for the time being. The 3 wooden huts were separated by several feet. Lu Yi was in the middle, Ing Wuji was on the left, and Thought Moon Immortal was on the right. This way, it would be convenient for them to take care of each other. Chapter 9:25. During this period, Lu Yi was a little unwilling to give up and went out to investigate the surrounding environment. However, he found that it was indeed as Thought Moon Immortal and Ing Wuji had said. He could see everything in the mystic realm. The entrance of the valley was not connected to the outside world. It was chaos and there was no way forward. Lu Yi did not dare to rashly go in. He tried to throw a spirit stone in, but there was no sound at all. He did not know what would happen if he entered. There was no sun, moon, or stars in this small mystic realm, but there were. Day and night it was really strange. After a night of rest, Lu Yi and Ing Wuji obediently went to the thatched hut the next day. In front of the thatched hut, Kong Kong was already sitting there with 2 futons in front of him. Lu Yi and Ing Wuji bowed and sat upright, listening to Kong Kong's teachings. He didn't ask the 2 of them if they had any prior experience in artifact forging. In any case, he taught them from the very basics. But then again, although he looked old, he really had a way of teaching people. Many of his explanations were simple and easy to understand, allowing Lu Yi and Lu Li to understand clearly, benefiting them greatly. It was like this for several days. It was not until 3 days had passed that he began to teach the 2 practical things. In the 9 provinces, no matter what kind of outer Tao one cultivated, they all needed to rely on spirit inscriptions. Array, Tao had its own specialized spirit inscriptions. Alchemy had its own spirit inscriptions, and refining naturally had its own spirit inscriptions. For many outer Tao, spirit inscriptions were the foundation. Therefore, outstanding spirit inscriptionists, no matter what kind of outer Tao they cultivated, could achieve twice the result with half the effort. After teaching the 2 the basic knowledge of refining, Kong Kong began to teach them the construction of some spirit inscriptions. This was Lu Ye's strength, but he did not use it. He did not completely reveal his talent in the Tao of spirit inscriptions, only using half of his strength. Even so, his performance was not bad. Although Ing Wuji's attainments in the Tao of spirit inscriptions were not as good as Lu Ye's, since he had cultivated Array Tao, he naturally had come into contact with spirit inscriptions. It was just that he had not learned the specialized spirit inscriptions for refining. However, the construction was not as smooth as Lu Ye's, and it seemed bumpy, but he could still barely complete the requirements. The days passed one by one, and nothing happened. It was not until half a month later, after Lu Yi finished constructing a spirit inscription, he finally could not help but ask, "Sect Master, little brother has something to ask." "Speak." Kong Kong looked over warmly. Recently, Lu Ye's expression had undoubtedly made him very satisfied. Lu Ye's talent in spiritual tattoos aside, even if he restrained his strength, his performance was not bad. Now, with Ing Wuji beside him as a comparison, his talent was even more outstanding. This made Kong Kong feel like he had picked up a treasure. The equipment refining sect finally had a successor. Naturally, he had great expectations for Lu Yi. "Sect Master, how long do you think it will take for us to refine a flying sword that meets the requirements with our current progress?" Kong Kong laughed. "What? You can't wait any longer?" He paused for a moment and said, This old man can be considered to have none. He's the most outstanding person in the sword instrument sect in the past hundreds of years, but it took me 5 years to refine a flying sword that was suitable for me. 5 years. When Lu Yi and Ingwuji heard this, their hearts turned cold. 5 years might not be a long time for some divine Sea Realm cultivators, but for them it was a long time. For such a young and hot-blooded young man, it seemed incomparably long. It had to be known that it had only been less than 3 years since Lu Yi stepped onto the path of cultivation. If he stayed here for 5 years, and this was with Kong Kong himself as the standard, perhaps it would take a little longer. Moreover, refining a qualified flying sword was only the beginning. Kong Kong had said before that after refining a qualified flying sword, he would teach the two of them the way of sword cultivation. It sounded like a good thing, but this kind of good thing required a lot of time to digest. Who could bear such an opportunity? No wonder the land of inheritance had been left behind until now. Even if someone had come in a few years ago, they might not have been able to withstand such a long time. Lu Yi felt a headache coming on. He couldn't stay in this place forever. If he stayed like this, he wouldn't be able to leave if he didn't want to pass the test. As for being rough with Kong Kong, his opponent, the result of being rough would definitely not be good. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and Lu Yi simply boasted shamelessly, "Sect Master, it's too boring to study spiritual tattoos all day without refining." No matter what, it was always right to speed up the progress of learning refining. Kong Kong smiled and said, "The way of refining is broad and profound. This is just the beginning. Don't be impatient, don't be impatient. You all need to know that haste makes waste." Lu Yi straightened his neck. "But Sect Master, disciple feels that disciple has already mastered these spiritual tattoos and doesn't need to learn anything else. Now disciple just wants to practice refining and inherit the legacy of our sword tool sect as soon as possible, making our sect bigger and stronger as soon as possible and bringing glory to our sect." Ingwuji understood and hurriedly nodded. Disciple thinks so too. Kong Kong looked at Lu Yi solemnly and remained silent. However, he was very satisfied with Lu Ye's recent performance. He was indeed very satisfied and tolerant. After pondering for a moment, he opened his mouth and said, "Since that's the case, this sect leader will give the two of you a test. If you can complete it, this sect leader will agree to your request." "Sect Master, please ask for instructions." Kong Kong spread out his hands. In the next moment, spiritual power surged and turned into visible patterns. They constantly changed and turned into spiritual tattoos used for refining. Lu Yi and Ingwuji watched with rapt attention. They found that some of these spiritual tattoos had been taught by Kong Kong, and some had not been taught. After a moment, Kong Kong withdrew his hand and said, while stroking his beard, "Just now, this sect master showed you a total of 10 spiritual tattoos. If you can complete them in 2 hours, you will pass this test." Ingwuji's face was bitter. He didn't need to try to know that he would definitely fail. Because of the 10 spiritual tattoos, 5 of them had not been taught by Kong Kong at all. Now that he had only seen them once, it was impossible to learn them. He turned his head to look at Lu Yi, only to see that Lu Yi had already spread out his palm and began to construct. At this moment, Lu Yi was extremely glad that he had held back when he learned these spiritual tattoos and did not reveal all his talent. Otherwise, there would probably be no test. Kong Kong thought that he and Ingwuji would definitely not be able to pass the test, so he came up with this difficult problem. However, Lu Yi was confident that he could complete it. As the spiritual tattoos were constructed on Lu Yi's hand, Kong Kong's expression gradually became surprised, because he found that he had underestimated this disciple's heavens. Talent. For hours passed in a flash. When the time was up, Lu Yi was trying to construct the last spiritual tattoo. This spiritual tattoo was quite complicated. He had already tried more than 10 times, but he failed every time. After another hour, Lu Yi finally succeeded in constructing the 10th spiritual tattoo. Looking up at Kong Kong with a somewhat haggard expression, The sword tool sect master nodded and said, "In this case you will pass the test. Go back and rest for a day. Come back to this old man tomorrow, and I will teach you the method of refining." Yes. Lu Yi let out a long sigh. Spending half a month to pass the first test was nothing to be happy about. As for what to do next, he had no idea. He had no clue. Thinking about it, he could only try to speed up the progress of refining and find a way to leave at the same time. "Sect Master, what about me?" Ing Wu Ji asked. "You continue to cultivate spiritual tattoos," Kong Kong casually replied. Of the two disciples taken in, it was enough to have one with outstanding talent. The other was just incidental and did not count on anything. Ing Wu Ji's face was covered in tears when he returned to the wooden house. Lu Yi suddenly saw the figure of Thought Moon Immortal. She was sitting on a chair in front of the wooden house, and Hoopa was squatting on her legs. After being in contact with her for a long time, Hoopa was not afraid of her anymore. Instead, under her touch, he snored loudly. Lu Yi hurriedly went forward. "Milady." In this half a month, he and Ing Wu Ji had been learning spiritual tattoos at Kong Kong's place. Thought Moon Immortal had been in seclusion, refining the willow cack and dagger. It was not until today that she came out. "How is it?" Thought Moon Immortal asked. Lu Yi truthfully told her about his experience in the past half a month. There was nothing much to say. It was nothing more than constantly learning to construct spiritual tattoos for refining. Then he talked about what happened just now. Thought Moon Immortal nodded. "Now it seems that only by speeding up the progress can you leave here as soon as possible. But no matter how fast you speed up the progress, the time spent will not be too short. If only we could invite the Tianji Pillar." Lu Yi sighed. If they could invite the Tianji Pillar, they could use it to teleport out of here. However, things like inviting the Tianji Pillar could only be achieved in the Cloud River battlefield. It was impossible in 9 regions, and it was also impossible in such a secret realm. At least he and Ing Wu Ji had something to do recently. Thought Moon Immortal was pitiful, trapped here with nothing to do. "Milady, what else do you want?" Thought Moon Immortal shook her head. Lu Yi was about to leave, but he heard her say, "If I take all the flying swords on the Sword Mountain, take it all. Will the old guy kick us out?" "Unlikely." Lu Yi shook his head. He silently added in his heart, "The most likely thing is that you will be taught a lesson. There's no harm in trying." As Thought Moon Immortal spoke, she soared into the sky. Hoopo was suddenly thrown out, startled from his sleep. When he woke up, he meowed miserably and fell to the ground in a hurry. Lu Yi looked up and saw Thought Moon Immortal's figure quickly rushing towards the Sword Mountain. However, just as she reached the range of the Sword Mountain, her elegant figure fell uncontrollably. Lu Ye's eyelids twitched, and he immediately realized there was probably a no-fly restriction on the Sword Mountain, so it was impossible to fly up. Falling to the ground in a sorry state, Thought Moon Immortal did not give up. She climbed up on foot and soon arrived at the location of the first flying sword. However, before she could reach out to pull out the sword, a sudden change occurred. An illusory figure appeared like a ghost, slowly pulling out the sword from the Sword Mountain. He saluted Thought Moon Immortal. "Sword Tool Sect's 36th generation disciple, Wang Yang, please enlighten me." Chapter 926. The person who called himself Wang Yang was clearly not a living person. He was more like a spirit or an obsession. However, he was pale and lifeless, as if he could dissipate at any time. But his sword manipulation technique was extremely impressive. Lu Yi watched from afar. She saw flying swords flying back and forth at the foot of the Sword Mountain. The sword light was wanton as Nian Yu Immortal fought with it. What Wang Yang displayed was a technique that could only be performed by a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. Even the flying swords on the Sword Mountain were so powerful. Lu Yi was extremely shocked. And this was only the first flying sword at the foot of the mountain. No one knew what would happen if they went further up. After a while the battle ended. Wang Yang's figure disappeared. Only a flying sword fell in front of Nian Yu Immortal. Nian Yu Immortal was deep in thought. She picked up the flying sword on the ground and continued forward. Soon, a second figure blocked her path. Lu Yi observed for a while and roughly understood the mystery of the Sword Mountain. Almost every flying sword was a sword left behind by a spirit sea realm cultivator. There must be a wisp of the owner's will or spirit left in them. Once someone climbed the Sword Mountain, the power of the flying sword would be triggered. This was also a test of the sword tool sex, Sword Dao. Lu Yi was enlightened when the three of them entered this secret realm. Nian Yu Immortal was sent flying by Kong Kong because she spoke rudely. But now, it seemed that it was not just a simple lesson. Kong Kong intended for her to inherit the sword tool sex, Sword Dao. With Kong Kong's eyesight, she could definitely tell that Nian Yu Immortal was a sword cultivator. Letting a divine ocean realm cultivator like her ascend the sword tool sex, Sword Dao, was naturally better than choosing two true lake realm cultivators. And what Lu Yi and Ing Wuji needed to do was to cultivate the sword tool sex, Sword Dao. Lu Yi could not help much with Nian Yu Immortal ascending the Sword Mountain. So after watching for a while, she turned and returned to her wooden hut to conserve energy and prepare for tomorrow's Sword Dao. The next day, Lu Yi and Ing Wuji came to the straw hut together. Kong Kong first passed a spiritual pattern to Ing Wuji. Then, under Ing Wuji's resentful annoyance, he led Lu Yi in a direction. After a while, they arrived in front of a stone wall. The stone wall was smooth and flat, and it was obvious that someone had chiseled it. With a wave of his hand, the stone wall slid to the side, revealing a passage that led downwards. An astonishing heat wave is coming from the tunnel. This place is our sex weapon refinement workshop. It is maintained by many exquisite grand formations and is the most important foundation of our sect. Many of our sect's flying swords come from this place. If it was in the past, ordinary disciples wouldn't be able to enter. Kong Kong let out a long sigh, reminiscing about the sect's past glory. Let's go. He called out to Lu Yi and led the way. The deeper they went, the hotter the temperature became. If an ordinary true lake realm cultivator came here, they would have to circulate their spiritual energy to resist. However, for Lu Yi, who had a fire tribute spiritual energy, such an environment was not harsh at all, but comfortable and pleasant. However, even he would have to slightly circulate his spiritual energy to resist the burning sensation if he were to go any deeper. He didn't know how deep he had gone when a huge karst cave suddenly appeared in front of him. Inside the karst cave, the environment was harsh and the heat wave swept through, distorting the void. Various weapon refinement tables of various sizes were distributed throughout the karst cave. All kinds of refining tools were placed according to their categories. Even if no one had come here for a long time, it still appeared to be in good order. Kong Kong led Lu Yi to the smallest refining table and said, "There's the fire of the earth, lung underground. When refining, you can use the fire of the earth lung to temper the materials, saving time and effort." As he said this, he raised his hand and pointed at a certain part of the refining table, activating the restriction. In an instant, at the corner of the refining table, a dragon head spewed out flames. There are also many things to pay attention to when refining tools. These things can't be explained verbally. The many refining tools on the table began to briefly introduce the functions of these things to Lu Yi. Lu Yi listened quietly, but his eyes were fixed on the dragon's head that was spewing flames. This thing was the fire of the earth lung. Since it was fire, the talent tree should be able to absorb and devour it. Although it was hidden underground, it should not be difficult for Lu Yi to devour it now. The roots of the talent tree could be extended after the talent tree transformed. Its need for fuel greatly increased. Lu Yi had to be very heavy. Type 5 when devouring and absorbing external forces for cultivation. The consumption of fuel was very serious. It should not be a problem to store the fire of the earth lung and use it as 9 poles of the big girl tree. Kong Kong was still talking to Lu Yi, but he did not expect Lu Yi to have such an idea. During the talk, he also let Lu Yi try out the refining tools, and Lu Yi naturally complied. He said, "Why don't you try it out? This old man is now refining a handle. You watch and learn with your heart. How much you can learn will depend on your ability and comprehension." "Yes," Lu Yi respectfully replied. The next moment, Kong Kong turned his palm and took out a piece of mineral the size of a human head from somewhere. He placed it on the refining table and urged the fire of the earth lung to smelt it. At the same time, he said, "If you want to refine a good flying sword, you must choose good materials. The way of refining tools starts with the selection of materials and forging materials. It is like a person's cultivation. Only with a good foundation can the following steps be better." The next half of the day was spent in Kong Kong's refining and explaining. His movements were not fast, obviously to make it easier for Lu Yi to observe and learn. It was not until a new long sword was out of the furnace that the demonstration was over, although Lu Yi wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Seeing a weapon refining grandmaster refine a flying sword in such a short time with his own eyes, he couldn't help but feel admiration for this young man. Moreover, this long sword contained 72 restrictions, which made it a flying sword of the magic tool level. Such a flying sword, if placed in the Tianji treasure house, could be sold for tens of thousands of merit points. Tens of thousands of merit points were not much for Lu Yi, but for most cultivators it was not a small number that could be ignored. "How much do you understand?" Kong Kong asked. Lu Yi frowned. 30%. "Yes." Kong Kong nodded. "It's good that you can understand 30%, but if you really want to use it, you may not even understand 5%. Disciple will try it." Lu Yi volunteered. Kong Kong happily said, "You do it." The refining materials were provided by Kong Kong, and the quality was not high. After all, it was for Lu Yi to practice, so naturally he did not use good things. The quality was low, so the refining difficulty was also low. But even so, Lu Ye's progress was bumpy. Fortunately, refining tools had one advantage, and that was if the refining failed, it could be reforged in the furnace. Unlike alchemy, once the refining failed, everything would be ruined. Therefore, refining tools saved a lot of raw materials compared to alchemy. When Lu Yi was refining tools, Kong Kong would give him pointers from time to time. He was extremely patient, and Lu Yi also studied diligently, making rapid progress. For 3 days in a row, the two of them spent their time like this. Only the sound of hammering could be heard in the whole refining workshop. Until 3 days later, Lu Yi held a long sword in his hand, looking dispirited. In 3 days, he had refined his first long sword. Although the appearance was sloppy, the quality was not complimentary. It contained only 5 restrictions, and it was just a low-grade spirit weapon. Kong Kong was very happy. "Not bad, not bad. Your talent in spirit patterns is really high." So, when refining tools, you can also get twice the result with half the effort. Refining tools was not just about refining the shape of a spirit weapon. If it was only like this, then ordinary blacksmiths could do it, and Lu Yi did not need to use a refining table. With his current cultivation and methods, Kong Kong could mold some low-quality raw materials into any shape he wanted. But the refining of a cultivator was to melt restrictions into the spirit weapon while molding the shape of the spirit weapon. This was the key. A spirit weapon without restrictions could not be used at all. Lu Yi had refined a lot of array flags before, but compared with refining array flags and refining tools, there was simply no comparison. How much time did it take Sect Master to reach this level? Lu Yi asked. An expression of reminiscence appeared on Kong Kong's face as he said, "This old man spent 8 days, and the quality of the sword I refined wasn't as good as yours. There were only 3 restrictions. If you can maintain this progress, You will be able to refine a flying sword that meets the requirements within 3 years. 3 years is still long. Go rest, but don't forget to reflect on your gains and losses. In the future, come to the thatched hut every morning, and this old man will teach you the wonders of refining tools. In the afternoon, come here and start refining tools. If there is anything you do not understand, you can ask this old man at any time. Yes. Returning to the wooden hut from the refining workshop, Lu Yi glanced in the direction of Sword Mountain. Thought Moon Immortal was still climbing the mountain, fighting with the obsession and spirit in the flying swords, but her progress was not slow. At this moment, she had already climbed 100 jong of Sword Mountain. Hupa, who had stayed here, came over and looked at Lu Yi with concern. I used up a bit of energy, but I'll be fine after some rest. Lu Yi said. These words were naturally for Yi to hear. Since coming to this secret realm, Yi did not dare to show her face. After all, Kong Kong's cultivation was too frightening. Returning to the wooden hut, she did not meditate to rest, but fell asleep. When she woke up, she felt refreshed. According to Kong Kong's previous instructions, she first went to the thatched hut to find him and listened to him talk about the essence of refining tools. In the afternoon, under Ing Wuji's annoyance, she went to the refining workshop. This time, Kong Kong did not accompany her. Lu Yi did not dare to be careless and continued to refine tools. Only the heavens knew if Kong Kong had any means to monitor the situation inside the refining workshop, so he still had to continue refining tools. Moreover, if he really wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, he had to pass Kong Kong's test as soon as possible. 3 years was too long. Lu Yi set the standard for himself to leave this secret realm in half a year at most. Within half a year, he had to leave this secret realm. If he stayed here for too long, only the heavens knew how worried his second senior sister and the others would be. He clicked to download the best book-chasing app. Many readers used this to read books aloud.